From the CSI Softball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II softball coverage live on the ECC network. Today's non-conference matchup features the Nyack College Warriors taking on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Joe Foreman, joined once again by Andrew Rotundo, bringing you all the action live from behind home plate during today's doubleheader. And Andrew, the Dolphins come in having split their last doubleheader just 2 days ago when they took on Holy Family University in what were two very competitive games.
Yeah, absolutely, and they were very back and forth. Both games were very back and forth up until the end, basically. So, we're gonna see two good ones here again, I think, from the Dolphins, and I think they're going to be close games once again.
The Dolphins come in with a record of 3-4 on the season entering today's action, and we'll take a look back at that first game against Holy Family ahead of today's matchup with Nyack. And you said it, Andrew, a very back-and-forth game. The Dolphins led 3-0 after a 3-run homer put the Dolphins ahead by 3 runs. Holy Family cut the lead down to 1. The Dolphins would extend the lead back to 2 and make it 4-2 in the third, but Holy Family would come back. The Tigers evening up the score at 4 runs per side in the 5th. Each team scored once in the 6th, and then the Tigers ultimately scored the game-winning run in the top of the 8th inning, defeating the College of Staten Island by a final score of 6-5. But the Dolphins did exact a measure of revenge in Game 2 as the Dolphins picked up a 1-run victory of their own, 4-3 in the second game. The Dolphins fell behind 1-0, took a 2-1 lead in the bottom half of the first inning, and then after the second inning, neither team scored again. The Dolphins led 4-3 after 2, and that would be the final score of the second game. And of course, softball came to a close well ahead of our baseball action just 2 days ago on Wednesday, and we also saw a pair of good games over on the baseball diamond as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dolphins men's baseball team, they split as well, and they were pretty close for both games up until the end. Of course, the first game it went their way. The second game, not so much, but it was definitely close 2 games, and we're looking at another close 2 games today.
We will see if Andrew's prediction comes to fruition in this game. We do want to let our viewers know ahead of the start of our broadcast, we do have a camera to our right that will be focusing on the pitcher and the batter. Unfortunately, we could not get on top of the dugout. Not quite sure about the structural integrity of the top of that dugout, holding up me at 200 pounds trying to set up that camera. So we decided to remain cautious, and we set up the camera behind the visiting dugout up over the fence. For that reason, there will be some fence in the shot of the pitcher and the batter, but we will have that camera available for you throughout the game. We do hope to have our high pod available for our next softball game, and we will have the high pod ready to bring you all of the action fence-free. But for today, there will be some fence in the shot, and we do apologize for that. So taking a look at some of the performances by Dolphins individually so far this year, returner Isabel Gallo is off to a very strong start. She has started 6 games for the College of Staten Island. Officially, the Dolphins are 3-4 on the season. I would presume Gallo has started all 7 games. However, we do not have stats available for one game as of yet. That game was played in Florida. We do not have the official box score and stats for that game yet. So all of the Dolphins who have played in all 6 games, we only have 6 games worth of stats for them. However, those players likely also played in that 7th game. So keep that in mind. In 6 games played this season, Gallo has had 16 at-bats with an on-base percentage plus slugging of .964. She's hitting .438 on the season, 7 hits and 16 at-bats. She has swung the bat incredibly well, along with returner Samantha McPherson. So 2 Dolphins that fans of this program have become very familiar with over the past year, both off the strong starts for the College of Staten Island. As lineups are being exchanged behind home plate, we are set to get underway in just a couple of minutes. So Andrew and I will step aside and take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the start of Dolphins and Warriors here on the ECC Network.
NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we're back from the CSI softball complex. We are still awaiting the Warriors to emerge from their dugout. The Dolphins assembled along the third baseline. So ahead of the break, I mentioned two returning Dolphins who are off to a very strong start this year, but another new Dolphin who's also off to a very good start is Anissa Acosta, hitting at .350 for the College of Staten Island in 20 at-bats. She has 7 hits in those 20 plate appearances, has already scored a team leading, or I should say second on the team, scoring 5 runs, trailing only Mariah Carcano, who has scored 7, but Acosta, like Gallo and McPherson, who I mentioned ahead of the break, off to a very strong start this year. She also has 9 runs batted in, does Acosta. That does lead this Dolphins team, so a very strong start to the season for her as well. Her OPS up over 1,000 at 11.09 on the season, a .350 batting average, and a .700 slugging percentage for Acosta, so a tremendous start to her season. And taking a look at the numbers in the circle for some Dolphins, just may have to wait, as it looks like they have instructed our public address announcer to begin our introductions. And with that, I will step aside once again and take a quick break. When Andrew and I rejoin you from the College of Staten Island, Dolphins and Warriors will be getting underway here on the ECC Network.
Taking on your CSI Dolphins.
Up to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Codify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can.
Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
So in a change of pace from what we are used to, starting lineups are being introduced before first pitch. Typically, we have the introductions of starting lineups right after the national anthem when the players are already out in the field. But with the home team, College of Staten Island Dolphins, being introduced, I will bring you the starting lineup for both teams. First, for the visiting Nyack College Warriors, leading off will be number 4, the left fielder, Jessa Johnson. Batting second will be the right fielder, number 2, Jana Solano. Batting third will be the catcher, number 50, Janelle Adams. In the cleanup spot, the third baseman, number 8, Kayla Quick. Batting fifth is the first baseman, number 7, Izzy Murillo. Batting sixth is the second baseman, number 6, Izzy Morales. Batting seventh is the center fielder, number 5, Aaron O'Brien. Batting eighth is the pitcher, number 24, Kelly Radigan. And batting ninth will be the shortstop, number 13, Arielis A-Rod Rodriguez. And after the playing of the national anthem, we will bring you the starting lineup for the College of Staten Island. So we'll be back in just a few seconds.
Switch her and Miramontes.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet, and It may have come over our microphones during the playing of the national anthem, but our official statistician, Louis Matrone, came over to the commentary desk to let us know that there has been a change in the starting lineup for the College of Staten Island just ahead of first pitch. And Anissa Acosta was originally scheduled to be the designated player and in the number 3 spot for the Dolphins. That may remain. We don't know of any adjustments to the lineup, but Acosta will now be the starting pitcher as well, replacing Alexis Miramontes, who was originally penciled in as the starter for the College of Staten Island. So once again, Acosta replaces Miramontes in the circle just moments before first pitch. So as I update that on my digital stat keeping app, I will bring you the adjusted starting lineup for the College of Staten Island. Once again, we are unsure if Miramontes remains in the lineup or not, but assuming no, the College of Staten Island starting lineup is as follows. Leading off will be number 3, the second baseman, Mariah Carcano. Batting second will be the shortstop, number 10, Layla Aponte. Batting third will be the pitcher, number 16, Anissa Acosta. In the cleanup spot is the third baseman, number 5, Samantha McPherson. Batting fifth is the catcher, number 2, Isabel Gallo. Batting sixth is the first baseman, number 23, Elizabeth Moore. Batting seventh is the right fielder, number 11, Avery Mockery. Batting eighth is the left fielder, number 26, Victoria Whalen. And batting ninth is the center fielder, number 20, Jessica Carrion. And we are set to get underway from the CSI Softball Complex. Dolphins and Warriors here on the ECC Network. And Jessa Johnson will step into the left-hand hitter's batter's box to get things started. And first pitch of the game from Acosta sails up high for ball 1. For the Dolphins starter, she comes in with a record of 2-0, having appeared in 3 games, including 1 start. In 15 innings pitched, she's allowed 12 hits, 6 runs, 4 of those earned. She's walked 14 and struck out 9. Opposing batters hitting at .207 against her, and that will drop just a bit as the first batter of the game, Jessa Johnson, pops out to third base and is quickly one away.
A little bit of good luck there for the Dolphins as she goes for the swing there on that. And it pops up right to the catcher, and that's out number 1.
Easy play for the Dolphins to record the first out of the game, and Jana Solano will be the batter. And that pitch is taken up and away for ball 1. Before we were informed of the pitching change, I think Lewis also passed along very quickly that Miramontes would remain the designated player. So an adjustment to that lineup I provided is Miramontes, though she is not pitching, will bat third for the College of Staten Island. Could be wrong about that, but I think that's what Lewis passed along.
Guess we shall see here, Joe, as I mix up my words.
Well, I was tongue-tied already trying to get all the changes in as that's ripped to left field, but making the sliding catch is Victoria Whalen.
Now batting the catcher, number 50, Janelle Adams.
So on a 2-0 pitch, Solano got a good one to hit and put an even better swing on it, but Whalen, ranging to her left, slides down to her knees and makes the catch for the second out.
Once again, the Dolphins on point there, getting a quick second out of the inning.
Strong defensive play there by the Dolphins left fielder as the first pitch to Janelle Adams misses for ball 1. Adams comes in hitting at .206 on the season. 7 of 34 as that's lofted into left center field, and Whalen can't make the catch. It is backed up in center. Now, the question is, did that hit Whalen's glove? I think it did, Andrew.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe she got a piece of it, just couldn't bring it in, and there's the first base runner, at least, for Nyack here in the first inning.
Whalen made a very nice play on the previous ball hit out into left field, but right there, did everything correct fundamentally, went for the catch with 2 hands and simply did not make the play. So a runner in scoring position for the Warriors here with 2 out in the top of the first inning. That will bring Kayla Quick to the plate, and returning back to what was a recurring theme on Wednesday. We have a hit batter as Acosta hits quick with the first pitch.
Let's hope that's not a recurring theme. We saw that a lot, at least in the baseball games 2 days ago between both sides. So
we saw more hit batters in the second game of Wednesday's baseball doubleheader than I've seen in quite some time over the course of a single game. We had to have had no less than 6 to 8 hit batters in that game.
There were a few consecutive ones, too, multiple times.
Izzy Murillo is the batter, and she hits one hard toward the middle, but ranging to her left to make the play is Aponte, and she flips over to Carcano at second for the final out of the inning. So the Dolphins work around a 2-out error and a hit batter. They strand a pair and will come to bat with no score in the bottom half of the first.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
And we are back here on the ECC network. No score heading to the bottom half of the first inning. Dolphins commit a 2-out error in the top half of the opening frame, and Anissa Acosta then followed that up with a hit batter, but on one pitch, she was able to retire Izzy Murillo, and the Dolphins come to the plate with a chance to strike first in this game as Kelly Radigan takes the circle for Nyack College, and I'll get the numbers on Radigan in just a moment. And I don't believe I have those numbers, so that was a lie on my part. There they are. Radigan has appeared in 7 games, including 6 starts, pitched to a record of 1-5 with 4 complete games and 36 2/3 innings. She's allowed 40 hits, 29 runs, 19 of those earned. She's walked 13 and struck out 7. She has an ERA of 3.63 on the season. So it was very interesting. Something I noted to you ahead of the game, Andrew, is that there were no players listed as pitchers on the Warriors roster. They have 2 players who have logged innings in the circle so far this year. One of them, Radigan, and the other, Jaina Solano, who we would presume is going to start the second game of this doubleheader. As the 0-1 pitch skips in to Mariah Carcano for a ball. Here comes the 1-1, and that's fouled right at us as we are located to the right of home plate behind the backstop, a new location for us here at the commentary desk. Just a few feet to the right of our normal position. 1 ball and 2 strikes, the count on Carcano, and she takes out of the zone for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count, and that is up high for ball 3.
And so far, a tough at bat here, Carcano. Lead off full count.
She comes in hitting at 273, has walked once, and that is top foul. Count remains full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Left-handed pitcher against left-handed batter. Here comes another payoff pitch. And that is on the inside corner for a called strike 3, and Carcano knew it as she's a strikeout victim for the first out of the inning.
And a good job there staying with Carcano and getting the strikeout as Carcano started to become a tough at bat there as she faced 6 pitches.
Layla Aponte will be the batter, and she chases up and away for strike 1. Ponte comes in 3 of 19 on the season. And the 0-1 is grounded softly to third. Charging in to make the play is Quick, and she throws out of Ponte for out number 2.
So far, a pretty defensive game here, Joe. There's 2 quick outs for the Dolphins.
So I was initially correct. Anissa Acosta will bat for herself. So Miramontes out of the lineup completely after being a scratch moments before. First pitch of this game was originally penciled in as the starting pitcher, was replaced by Acosta and scheduled to bat third. Miramontes now not in the Dolphins lineup in game 1. The count is 0-1 on Acosta. And that's hit in the air, shallow left center. And ranging to her right to make the catch, just shy of the warning track, was Erin O'Brien. So that ball really carried well as Acosta gave it a ride. But nonetheless, it is the final out of the first inning. No score after 1 from the CSI Softball Complex.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we're back here on the ECC Network. No score after 1 from the College of Staten Island. A pair of base runners for the Warriors in the top half of the first inning. One reaching on an error, another via the hit by pitch. Nothing to show for it. Dolphins went down 1-2-3 in the home first. Izzy Morales will be the batter. And the first pitch from Acosta in the second inning is hit right back to the circle. Acosta fields on the backhand and throws out Morales for out number 1.
Very quick first out for Nyack, Joe. Once again, so let's see if the Dolphins can capitalize on that and get out of the inning quickly again.
Doesn't get much easier than that in the circle for Acosta and the Dolphins as they record the first out on 1 pitch. Erin O'Brien is the batter, and she takes a called strike 1. O'Brien forced to chase that foul ball in the bottom half of the first inning all the way to the warning track off the bat. I thought it was a shallow fly ball, but that one really carried out toward the wall in left center. And O'Brien made a tough play to bring the opening inning to a close. Count even on O'Brien at 1 ball and 1 strike. Comes the 1-1, and that's hit to shallow left, and making the catch from the shortstop position is Ponte for the second out.
Nyack goes 2 up, 2 down again, but in the last inning they were able to get a few on once they had 2 outs, so let's see if they'll do it again or if the Dolphins can get out of here 1-2-3.
The Dolphins went down quickly in the bottom half of the first. Nyack potentially could go down just as quickly, if not faster, here in the top of the second, as Costa's first pitch misses up and away for ball 1. The pitcher, Kelly Radigan, is the batter for the Warriors. And that's it out to left center. That will chase Carry-On back to the warning track. She can't make the dive and catch. Whalen backs up against the wall, and her throw to second not nearly in time as Radigan is in with a stand-up double.
Trying to make the dive out there, and she couldn't do it. And so the inning will continue on the first hit of the game for Nyack with 2 outs in the inning.
Great effort there by Jessica Carry-On, and we saw her make no less than 3 or 4 outstanding plays last season, and she gave it all she had on that line drive into the gap. Couldn't get there. Nice job by Whalen to back up, and for the second straight inning, Nyack gets a 2-out base runner in scoring position. They'll look to cash in here. Arielis Rodriguez is the batter, and she takes out of the zone for ball 1. And the 1-0 pitch on its way is fouled back over the seats and out of play. Rodriguez comes in, the leading hitter for the Warriors in 25 at-bats. She has 10 base hits. She scored 5 runs, has a pair of RBIs and 1 extra base hit. The count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. And Acosta delivers the 1-1. And that's fouled back right at us once again. And Acosta is now 1 strike away from escaping in the top half of the second.
Acosta doing a good job staying with the batter. And like you said, just 1 strike away from getting out of the inning.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And that's up and away. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs in the top half of the second. Runner on second for the Warriors, looking to strike first. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that's on the ground to second. Easy play for Carcano, and she throws out Rodriguez for the final out of the inning. Once again, the Warriors strand a runner in scoring position, and we remain scoreless heading into the bottom half of the second.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back here on CSI Sportsnet. Still no score from the College of Staten Island. And for the Dolphins, it will be 4-5-6 due up in the home half of inning number 2. Samantha McPherson will lead things off for CSI. And she is coming off of a tremendous season last year. And I'm taking a look down at my iPad and her spray chart as she's very quickly retired for the first out. But any ball hit to the right side was an out, and any ball hit to the left of second base went for a hit, almost without exception. So that's something to watch throughout the day, as McPherson clearly a pull hitter based upon the spray charts I have in front of me, but she's a quick out number 1, and Isabel Gallo is the batter.
She hit that right back to the pitcher. Good heads-up play.
Gallo really began to pick it up at the plate late in the Dolphins' last season of 2021. And as I mentioned during the brief pregame, she has been tremendous to start this season as well, leading the Dolphins in batting among players who've had more than 10 plate appearances, hitting at .438. That's skied out to shallow right center. Could be trouble, and ranging back to make a difficult catch was Morales.
And I'll say it again, Joe, very defensive start here to this game as we see another good catch out in the outfield that looks like it could have got down. And that's a quick out number 2 for the Dolphins.
Well, it's not a very windy day here at the College of Staten Island. That is not typical. The wind often a big factor here, but today, not too windy, and it seems like the ball's been carrying, and players on both the infield and in the outfield have been tricked by the wind from time to time. So, an adventure out there, to say the least, so far.
They've made it work.
As Moore fouls back that pitch to run the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes, and I rely heavily upon my iPad for stats and stat keeping throughout the game. Right now, it has fallen victim to the high temperatures. So I'm without stats for the moment. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on the Dolphins' first baseman, and she takes up high for ball 2. And Moore hits one toward the middle, and Rodriguez makes a tremendous play over at short, ranging to her left, and the off-balance throw is over with plenty of time to retire Moore for the final out of the inning. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 for the second time, and we remain scoreless heading to the third.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
And we're back from the CSI softball complex. No score through 2 from the College of Staten Island. And it's back to the top of the order for the Warriors. And I'm getting a lineup printout as we speak, which will have the lineups as my iPad has succumbed to the high temperatures and is no longer able to be used to keep score of the game. So,
who would have knew, Joe?
Paper incoming, and not often temperature, or high temperature, I should say, is an issue in March. But this is the best March weather I can recall in 7 years of covering CSI softball. As the lineup sheets have arrived, and I'm back in business. Jana Solano will be the batter. Solano 0 for 1 in the game, and she takes a ball out of the zone. Comes the 1-0 from Acosta, and that's up and away for ball 2. We've seen the Warriors get some good 2-0 swings so far, but nothing to hit there as Acosta misses high for ball 3. So a 3-0 count on the Warriors' second place hitter. Janelle Adams looms on deck. Here comes the 3-0. That's right down the middle for a called strike 1.
And that's exactly what Acosta needed and wanted after throwing 3 straight balls.
Here comes the 3-1. And that's down and in for ball 4. So Solano draws the 1-out walk. And Janelle Adams will come to the plate with a runner on. Adams 0 for 1 in the game, reached on an error back in the first that kept the inning going before Nyack ultimately stranded 2. And that's hit hard, but right into the glove of Aponte, who makes a nice diving stop over at short.
And this defense is right on top of it. That's another great catch. And this one in the infield for the Dolphins, out number 2, and making things difficult for Nyack to advance any runners.
Both shortstops flashing the leather early in this game, as we've seen a pair of nice plays over there at short in the past couple of half innings. And now it will be left to Kayla Quick, who takes downstairs for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch on its way from Acosta. And that's inside for ball 2. Quick should get a pitch to hit here with first base occupied, but that one right on the black. A good pitch from Acosta. Apparently not good enough to offer out on 2-0 for Quick.
And you would think Quick was going to swing at that.
That was a good pitch from Acosta right on the outside corner, as that skips in for ball 3. So Acosta in danger of issuing another walk. Quick was hit by a pitch in her first at bat. Looking for a second free pass via the base on balls right here. Could get a pitch to hit here on 3-1 as well. And that's taken for a letter-high strike.
Acosta locked Quick up there on that one, as looking for a good pitch to swing at on the 3-1, and she takes it again and now the full count.
Well, the runner will get a head start over at first, and that's chopped foul. Well, that may work out for the best. We'll see. Some of the Warriors in the dugout did not like that last call on that high strike, but that gives the runner a chance to get going from first base. See if that pays dividends. Here comes another payoff pitch, and that's downstairs for ball 4. So Quick draws a walk. That's the second walk issued in the inning by Acosta.
And Acosta's going to want to settle down a little bit here as the catcher comes out to talk to her.
Well, that will bring Izzy Murillo to the plate in an RBI spot. For the 3rd time in as many innings, the Warriors will have a chance to cash in with 2 outs. See if they can come through. Runners on first and second, 2 away. Murillo showing a half swing, and she takes a called strike. Once again, Murillo showing a half swing, pulls it back and hits one softly on the ground. And a wise play there by Acosta to give way to her shortstop, and Aponte makes a strong throw over to first to record the final out of the inning. So once again, the Warriors strand a pair, and we still have no score heading into the bottom half of the 3rd inning.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here on the ECC network. 7, 8, and 9 due up for the College of Staten Island in the home half of the third inning. As CSI is still looking for their first base runner. Avery Mockery takes downstairs for ball one. Comes the 1-0, and that's fouled back.
Go, Kel. Win the battle, Kel. Win the battle here, Kelly.
Good job, Kelly.
Mockery comes in hitting an even .250, 4 of 16 thus far on the season. Count even here at 1 ball and 1 strike. And that one is lofted over to second. And making the easy play over there is Morales for the first out of the inning.
The Dolphins can't seem to get anything going offensively here. They need to get a hit, or at least the base runner. Already the third inning. Haven't had much.
The Dolphins haven't made any solid contact against Kelly Radigan yet. Haven't hit the ball very far out of the infield, and that won't change here, as that's flared over to first, and Murillo makes the catch for a quick second out.
Good work, good work.
And the Dolphins trying to attack early on that one in the count. And the first baseman right there to catch the pop-up, and 2 quick outs for the Dolphins.
Jessica Carrion will be the batter. Carrion definitely a threat to try and bunt for a hit. I just glanced down at her spray chart from last season. I did not record 1 ball hit here at home that left the infield. A lot of those bunt attempts and attempts to slap the ball, so that would explain it. Also a very patient hitter at the plate. Certainly willing to take pitches. As that's hit on the ground to second, and fielding it on a hop is Morales, who throws out Carrion for the final out of the inning. And for the third time in this game, the Dolphins go down 1-2-3. They are still looking for their first base runner as we head to the 4th inning scoreless.
Car is damaged. Where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4890.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. No score between the Dolphins and Warriors. It has been a pitcher's duel so far. Only 1 hit between the 2 teams. Nyack has drawn a couple of walks and had a batter reach on a hit-by pitch. Dolphins also committed an error that afforded the Warriors a base runner back in the first. So Nyack has stranded 5 on base, but only 1 base hit to show for it so far. Izzy Morales ahead in the count, 1-0, lines one right back up the middle and into center field for a leadoff hit.
attacking early is Nyack. That's big for them, as that's just their second base hit of the game. But with nobody out in the inning, they get a runner on, and they'll try and get the offense going.
Well, you say only their second hit of the game. That's 2 more than CSI has right now, as the Dolphins are really struggling at the plate. Haven't made much solid contact, if any, yet. That will bring up Erin O'Brien, and O'Brien takes a called strike. O'Brien 0 for 1, flew out in her first at bat. Here comes the 0-1. And that's on the inside corner for a called strike 2. Acosta's been around the strike zone quite a bit in this game, but has found the zone with 2 straight in this at bat for O'Brien, and that misses just outside. One and 2 the count on the Warriors center fielder. Here's the pitch, and that misses inside for ball 2. Costa backed O'Brien off the plate just a bit with that last pitch. Here comes the 2-2. And that's down and away for ball 3. So after Acosta got ahead 0-2, she's missed with 3 straight. We'll see if Nyack looks to send Morales here with a 3-2 count. She stays put. Here comes the 3-2, and that's lined into right center field for an extra base hit. It rolls all the way to the wall. Mockery chases it down at the fence, and coming home with the first run of the game is Morales. It is an RBI triple for Erin O'Brien, and the Warriors take a 1-0 lead.
And still nobody out in the inning. Could be trouble for the Dolphins as they get some quick offense to open the scoring in the 4th. And let's see how Acosta's going to bounce back.
That ball was perfectly placed in right center field, as neither Dolphins outfielder could cut that ball off, and it rolled all the way to the fence. That brings home the first run of the afternoon, and a big opportunity for more for Nyack, as they have a runner on third with nobody out. And the first pitch to Kelly Radigan misses down and away for ball 1. Radigan doubled in her first plate appearance, sent one out to the left center field wall, just out of the reach of a diving Jessica Carrion. And Radigan takes downstairs for ball 2. Acosta had a chance to put O'Brien away ahead 0-2, could not do it. And when the count was run full, O'Brien made her pay. And now she's behind 2-0 here against Radigan, as that pitch nearly hit the Warriors starting pitcher. She just gets out of the way, and the count's 3-0.
Acosta seems a little rattled here. 3 straight balls to the opposing pitcher.
3-0 the count. And the pitch from Acosta is up high for ball 4. So Radigan got nothing to hit during that at bat. And Arielis Rodriguez will be the batter, as Tracy Garofalo will emerge from the Dolphins' dugout to have a word with her pitcher. The entire infield will join the conversation, and it is a short one, as that is all for the Dolphins' starting pitcher, Anissa Acosta. Alexis Miramontes will emerge from the Dolphins' bullpen. She was originally scheduled to start this game, was scratched moments ahead of first pitch, but she comes on with 2 on and nobody out in the top half of the 4th. Her team already trailing 1-0, and a big opportunity for the Warriors to extend their lead.
And Miramontes is going to get a chance here to limit the damage at least a little bit against Nyack, but she's got a tough hill to climb as there's runners at the corners with nobody still out in the inning.
The numbers for Miramontes on the season: she has appeared in 3 games, started 1, She's pitched to an ERA of 5.48 with a whip of 2.09 in 7 2/3 innings. She's allowed 9 hits, 7 runs, 6 of those earned. She's walked 7, struck out 3. Opponents hitting at an even 300 against her in 30 at-bats. So we will see if the Warriors can capitalize as they got to Acosta in this 4th inning and immediately chased her from the game. And with that quick hook, I think there's a chance we see her pitch in Game 2 as well. So we'll see if that happens, but a long way to go before that point. Big spot here for Rodriguez, and she wastes no time attacking the first pitch. Tagging is the runner at third, O'Brien. She comes in to score. The runner on first will try and advance, and sliding in safely is Radigan. She just beat that throw to second, as they are going to say the runner at third is out. I think she left too early. We had an out signal over at third base. So we will see if that is indeed the call. I saw an out signal from the home plate umpire. And now Tracy Garofalo will have a word with the infield umpire.
And the Dolphins did end up getting 2 on that play, so.
Well, the run is still up on the scoreboard. Looks like that's getting changed as we speak, so you don't often see that. And good luck to Louis Matrone trying to rectify that scoring, as officially it's going to go down as a 7-5 double play over at third. Actually, it might have been the shortstop covering, so I think it's going officially down as a 7-6 double play. So, big moment in the game right there as the Dolphins were in a tough spot. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Now a runner on second with 2 away, and a chance for Miramontes to escape this without allowing another run.
And the Dolphins end up catching a big break there on that play, and it was a heads-up play nonetheless.
A huge break. So the batter will be Jessa Johnson. She's behind in the count 0-1. And you know, Andrew, I spoke about it yesterday. There's not much that I feel like I haven't seen. I don't think I've ever seen a 7-5 or a 7-6 double play with a cover over at third base.
It's definitely not something you see every day, Joe. And there's been a lot of those these last few days here with me on the broadcast. Interesting stuff.
Well, that was a shallow fly ball, so O'Brien needed to tag as soon as it was caught, and she got a bit of a head start. And Miramontes will escape the inning unscathed. Only 1 run allowed, that run charged to Acosta. The Warriors strand a runner, and a 7-6 double play helps the Dolphins limit the damage to just 1. Our score, 1-0, heading into the home 4th.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet as the Dolphins caught a huge break in the previous half inning. And now CSI will come to bat trailing by just 1 in the bottom half of the 4th. The Dolphins still in search of their first base runner of the game.
Yeah, and you know, it looked like it was going to be big trouble for them in the top of the fourth. They're going to need to come out and attack early and get some base runners here. And, not much is happening, but they're going to have to beat that pitcher, and it's going to be tough. Bottom of the fourth, still haven't had a base runner yet.
Well, my pitch count is not official, but I have 27 pitches for Kelly Radigan. Now, I did try and keep a pitch tally while my iPad was out. Right now, I have it positioned under the table so that it doesn't get exposed to any direct sunlight. I should have it the rest of the way today, but the pitch count that I have for Radigan is only 27 entering the fourth inning, so an average of 9 pitches per inning for the Warriors lefty, and she will face a left-handed batter to open up this home fourth inning, as it will be back to the top of the order for the Dolphins. Mariah Carcano, the Dolphins' second baseman, will lead things off for CSI. Bit of a delayed start to this half inning, as it looks like Radigan's getting a few extra warm-up tosses in. And she asks for one more, so the wait continues. And that's our last warm-up throw. So Carcano leads things off for the Dolphins, as are the rest of CSI's batters.
Radigan making sure she's
0 for 1.
Like you said, she's got a lower pitch count in the game.
Here comes the first pitch to Carcano, and that's downstairs for ball 1. Comes the 1-0 pitch, and that catches the inside corner. Comes the 1-1, and that's in the zone as well for a called strike 2. So Carcano, patient here, will now have to protect the plate. Behind in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that's it on the ground to second, and an easy play will retire Carcano for out number 1.
And Radigan's still on her stuff to open this Dolphin side of the fourth. And the Dolphins need to take their time and look for their pitch against Radigan, as she's not easy to beat here.
Layla Aponte will be the batter. And the first pitch she sees is skied foul, and that hits our cart right behind the visitors' dugout. 0-1 the count on the Dolphins shortstop. And the pitch from Radigan skips in. That one was about 15 feet short of home plate.
That one really got away.
One and one the count now. That sails up high for ball 2. Ponte ahead in the count, 2-1, swings and pops one up on the infield, and making the catch is Murillo, coming over from first base for the second out.
Dolphins just can't seem to get off the bat from Radigan. And now 2 quick outs in the inning once again for the Dolphins.
So the third place hitter for the Dolphins, Anissa Acosta, will be the batter. Acosta got the start in the circle for the Dolphins, was pulled in the previous half inning in favor of Alexis Miramontes, but Acosta remains the Dolphins' third place hitter, and she takes a called strike 1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. that's topped foul. And the count runs to 1 ball and 2 strikes. I've said it more than once already, Andrew. The Dolphins simply haven't made good contact in this game. Still not sure a ball has left the infield, and it will not leave the catcher's mitt right there as it's in for a called strike 3. And Kelly Radigan continues a very impressive outing as she has held the Dolphins scoreless through 4. Our score remains 1-0 Nyack.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we're back on the ECC network. Dolphins trail the Warriors by a score of 1-0 as it has been 4 perfect innings for Kelly Radigan as she has completely shut down this Dolphins lineup.
You mentioned earlier, Joe, there were some big bats coming into this game for the Dolphins, but Radigan's been able to take care of that so far through 4 full.
Dolphins as a team hitting only .247 on the season, but you said it, Andrew. We highlighted it at the top of the show. The hitters for the Dolphins who have been on so far have been red hot, hitting well above the 300 mark. Unfortunately, that not helping them here today as the Dolphins are still hitless as we begin the 5th inning. Jana Solano is the batter as that pitch misses to even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Solano 0 for 1 in the game, has lined out and walked in 2 at-bats. And the pitch from Miramontes is hit hard on the ground through the middle and past the diving Carcano for a leadoff base hit.
Dolphins once again give up a leadoff base runner here, and Miramontes needs to take care of that quickly here with nobody out in the inning.
The Warriors have hit the ball hard in this game. They now have 4 base hits. Janelle Adams will be the batter. Adams is 0 for 2, reached on an error and lined out in 2 at-bats. And that misses for ball 1. Comes the 1-0 pitch. That's chopped foul. The Warriors have had a lot of base runners in this game. Only 1 run across so far. The Dolphins have done a good job of limiting the damage. We've seen some good defensive plays in the field from both teams in this game. But CSI has seen their fielders forced to be much more active as that's pulled foul. And that runs the count to 1-2.
There's just been no support for the defenses. Like you said, there's been some very good defensive plays by the Dolphins in the field, despite all the base runners for Nyack. Like you said, only 1 run given up. So they've been able to limit the damage, just can't support the defense.
That's hit well out to center, but Carry-On charges in to make the catch. She was playing deep, and that's the first out of the inning. So Kyla Quick will be the batter. Quick does not have an official plate appearance in this game. Was hit by a pitch and walked in her 2 at-bats so far. And the first pitch from Miramontes is in for a called strike 1. Here comes the 1-strike offering, and that's up high. It looked like Solano thought about taking off for second, but she thought better of it. That drew Gallo out of her stance behind the plate.
Gallo was prepared.
Here comes the 1-1, and that's grounded foul. One ball and 2 strikes to count. As Alexis Miramontes looks for a big second out, Kyla Quick looks to put another runner on for the Warriors. Comes the 1-2. And that's down in the dirt for ball 2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to count as we await the 5th pitch of this at-bat. Here comes the 2-2. That's off the outside corner for ball 3. So with how active Solano has been over at first base, I think she's running here on 3-2.
I got to agree with you on that, Joe. As Gallo's been active in trying to get her stealing, she's been prepared. She's had her eye on her.
There she goes, and that's fouled away. It looks like that foul ball caught a car. Drew some reactions from the crowd. Here comes another payoff pitch. And that's hit well out to straightaway left field. That chases Whalen back to the wall, and she will play it off the fence. Taking the turn around third and heading home is Solano. The throw gets away from Aponte, and it is an RBI double for Kyla Quick. The Warriors have doubled their lead. It's now 2-0 Nyack.
That's a big play for Nyack to double the lead, as they've only been able to get 1 run across thus far, and they just can't, the Dolphins, that is, just can't seem to get the ball back in quick enough, and they double the lead.
There may have been a small chance for a play at the plate on a relay throw, but unlikely, as I think the runner was scoring regardless. So an RBI double for Quick has put the Warriors ahead by 2. And that's it up in the air, out to straightaway right. And coming in to make the catch is Mockery for the second out. So Izzy Murillo retired on 1 pitch, and that will bring up Izzy Morales.
Murillo trying to go after it quickly and ends up going down after 1 pitch for the second out, and that's big for the Dolphins.
There is action in the Dolphins bullpen. Morales, who stands at the plate for Nyack, is 1 for 2 in the game, has grounded out and singled. Kelsey Strayer is throwing in the Dolphins bullpen, and it looks like she just completed her warm-up tosses, so we'll see if she gets into this game or if she was getting prepared for an outing in Game 2. 1-0 the count on Morales, and that's fouled away. Miramontes has thrown 21 pitches since entering the game in the previous inning, 14 of those for strikes. We talked about how low Kelly Radigan's pitch count is in this game, only 39 through the first 4 innings. One and one the count on Morales, and that pitch is fouled back right over the road dugout. Miramontes 1 strike away from putting this 5th inning to bed. The Warriors with a chance to plate another Standing in scoring position at second is Quick. And that's it out to shallow right, but ranging back onto the heel of the infield dirt is Carcano to make the catch for the final out of the inning. Dolphins see their deficit grow by another run. The Warriors now lead CSI 2-0. Home half of the fifth coming up.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins now trailing by 2 after the Warriors plate their second run of the game in the top half of the fifth. They've now scored 1 in each of the last 2 innings. And it will be 4, 5, and 6 for the Dolphins, who are still in search of their first base hit.
They're going to need a big inning here as time is running short.
That won't do it, as McPherson is retired on 1 pitch for the second time.
A little rushed, as McPherson should have took her time on that one and goes after the first pitch, 1 out.
That will bring Isabel Gallo to the plate. Gallo flew out in her first at bat. Came in CSI's leading hitter. And the first pitch she sees is taken high for ball 1. Comes the 1-0 pitch. That skips in for ball 2. Well, as I just mentioned, the Dolphins are looking for their first hit. They're also looking for their first base runner.
And a good chance here, up 2-0 in the count.
Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and that's way up high for ball 3. So you have to think Gallo must be taking all the way here.
100%, Joe. 3 balls, no strikes. They need a base runner like we all know here.
And that is a letter-high strike. Close pitch.
Nearly had their first base runner there.
That was about as close as it gets. And the count is 3-1. And that's ball 4 as that skips in. So the Dolphins have their first base runner via the base on balls. And just like that, CSI brings the tying run to the plate with Elizabeth Moore coming to bat.
Well, it's not a hit, but it is a base runner for the Dolphins. And they're going to need to capitalize here as they finally have somebody on base. And let's see if they can get something going and get in this one.
Moore grounded out her lone at bat, and she pulls that one foul. Moore spent a lot of time near the top of the Dolphins' batting order in 2021. Now batting out of the 6th spot, and she rips one down the left field line. It rolls all the way to the wall. It's played off the fence by Johnson, and going first to third will be Gallo. Moore is on with a double, and the Dolphins have the tying run in scoring position with just 1 away.
And the Dolphins are in business now, just 1 away, 2 runners in scoring position, and they need to capitalize here. And they got a good chance of at least getting in the game here, Joe, and they need to capitalize.
What a shot by Elizabeth Moore. That ball was smoked into the left field corner. Easily the best contact of the day for the Dolphins. And now CSI has a chance to get even with a base hit as Avery Mockery looks at a called strike one. Mockery grounded out in her first at-bat. Infield creeping in for the Warriors, and Mockery way out in front of that pitch is now in a two-strike hole. Oh, and 2 the count on the Dolphins' right fielder. She hits here in a big spot. Here comes the 0-2, and she just got a piece. She fights that one off foul. Dolphins got their first base runner and their first base hit in consecutive plate appearances. A base hit here could even up the score. At the very least, it will pull the Dolphins to within 1. Here comes another 0-2 pitch. And that's fouled straight back.
Good job by Mockery staying with it here and fighting off a few pitches from Radigan.
Count remains no balls and 2 strikes. Mockery looking for a big base hit. Radigan looking for a big strikeout. And Mockery lofts one foul. Down the right field line, out of play, and we'll try again, 0-2.
Once again, Mockery staying with it, Joe. 3 straight foul balls.
Good job to stay alive. Mockery looking to put one in play, and it looked like she got quick pitch there as that one was down in the dirt. Mockery swings right over the top of it, and the putout is completed with the throw to first for the second out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the Dolphins. They're going to need a base hit now to bring home the run. Either one of the runners from second or third.
Well, to me right there, it looked like Mockery got quick pitched, and she was not ready, but I could be wrong about that. I have to see the replay, but
it's a good possibility. Either way, Nyack catches a break.
I think that was a good quick pitch by Radigan, and she caught Mockery off guard. Victoria Whalen is the batter. Whalen flew out in her first at-bat. Whalen definitely a power threat as well. A candidate to give CSI the lead with one big swing, as she swung through that last pitch for strike one. Whalen comes in, still looking for a first hit of the season, and she's now behind 1-2.
Radigan sends 2 heaters her way, getting her down 1-2.
Whalen will have to shorten up here. She was late on both of those pitches. See if Radigan challenges her again. And that's it on the ground to short. And making the play through the base runner was Rodriguez, and the Dolphins are denied in the 5th inning. CSI strands 2 in scoring position, and our score remains 2-0 Nyack, heading to the 6th.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experience as possible.
And we're back on CSI Sportsnet. And Andrew, we talked about it 2 days ago on Wednesday. Baseball was looking for a big hit all game long during Game 2 of Wednesday night's doubleheader. The men could not find it over on the baseball diamond, and here today, CSI softball denied a big hit in the bottom half of the 5th.
Yeah, they finally get their first 2 base runners, not just their first 2 on a walk and a base hit, and they both get stranded in scoring position, so the Dolphins find themselves down 2-0 here in the later stages of this game, and not much has gone their way.
Well, nonetheless, still an encouraging half inning for the Dolphins, who got some good swings against Kelly Radigan for what was the first time today, as they've really struggled up at the plate so far. And Erin O'Brien will lead things off for the Warriors here in the 6th, and she fouled back that last pitch for strike 1. O'Brien 1 for 2, tripled earlier in the game. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and that's on the outside corner for a called strike 2.
Nice pitch from Miramontes there.
With that triple, O'Brien responsible for one of the 2 Warriors runs batted in this game. Here comes the 2-strike pitch, and that's up high for ball 1. Well, we were just informed that the car hit by a foul ball belonged to Sal Caruso, one of our statisticians and the intramurals coordinator here at the College of Staten Island. So an unfortunate break for Sal.
What are the chances?
Might have to have him come on and talk about it.
What are the chances?
We have a third headset over here. Count
Maybe
2 balls and 2 strikes.
Maybe another guest, Joe.
Perhaps, as that's hit well into the right field corner, and that is over the outstretched glove of Mockery. It rolls to the wall. Heading to second and taking the turn, but stopping is O'Brien, and she is on with a leadoff double.
Once again, Dolphins find themselves in trouble, and they don't have much more time, so they really need to limit the damage now. And that's not getting it done. A leadoff double for Nyack.
That's a big insurance run standing over at second base for the Warriors, and Kelly Radigan will get a chance to help her own cause right here. Radigan 1 for 1. She's also doubled and drawn a walk in this game. O'Brien standing over at second has now doubled and tripled as Radigan looks at that pitch outside for ball 1. Just a reminder, this game is the first of a pair. Game 2 set to begin between 20 and 30 minutes following the conclusion of Game 1. As Miramontes misses low at that pitch for ball 2. Two 2-0 the count on Radigan. First base is open, and Radigan takes a called strike. Miramontes.
Sorry, Joe. Radigan doing damage on the mound. She's also looking to add some insurance for Nyack here. With a nice at-bat, she's up 2-1 in the count.
That's it on the ground over to first. That will advance the runner as Moore steps on the bag for the first out. So runner stands over at third with 1 away for Nyack, and their 9th place hitter, Arielis Rodriguez, will be the batter. And the first pitch to Rodriguez is on its way, and that is just out of the zone for ball 1. One 1-0 the count on the Warriors shortstop. And she takes low for ball 2. Rodriguez is 0 for 2 at the plate, but has had a good day in the field. Outside of one Dolphins error, it's been a very strong defensive game for both teams thus far. A lot of nice plays in the outfield As that's bunted by Rodriguez. That will score the run, and McPherson can't make the barehanded scoop. So Rodriguez catches the Dolphins off guard, and she is on with an RBI bunt single. Nyack now leads CSI 3-0.
It's exactly how Rodriguez drew it up with the bunt. And they get the insurance.
First pitch of the at-bat to Jessa Johnson misses for ball one. We are aware of some potential audio issues, trying to get that sorted out right now, which is why you keep hearing our sound cut away. That is us trying to adjust our levels. As they have the runner caught between first and second, and the throw is off target. I think the runner, Rodriguez, may have been contacted by that softball, which made it a much tougher throw for Moore. A difficult angle, but nonetheless a runner now in scoring position for the Warriors once again with just one out. And the 1-1 pitch is bunted foul. Johnson looked to lay down a bunt in a 1-1 count. Unlikely we'll see her try and bunt here with 2 strikes, but when it comes to bunting, never say never. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and that's up high.
Just like we saw the other day, Joe, in the baseball matchups. A lot of bunts there, too.
Yes, there were quite a few. But we won't talk about that today. As the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes, and that's slapped on the ground over to second. And Carcano makes the play to throw out Johnson for the second out. Advancing to third is Rodriguez, and it will be left to Jaina Solano. Solano is 1 for 2 in the game, has lined out, walked, and singled in 3 plate appearances. And the first pitch is taken by Solano on the outside corner for a called strike 1. Rodriguez, the runner over at third, picked up an RBI bunt single earlier in the inning. And now Solano at the plate is behind 0-2.
Job by Miramontes getting 2 quick strikes, and she's looking to get out of this inning without giving up anything else.
And she cannot do it with that pitch, as that just missed off the outside corner. Dolphins have given up a run in each of the last 3 innings. The Warriors could have had more in the 4th, but were doubled off of third base with the runner leaving just a bit early on a fly ball to left, and that one is smoked to left. It's over Whalen's head and lands at the base of the wall. It is a 2-out RBI double for Jaina Solano, and Arielis Rodriguez comes home with the 4th Nyack run. They now lead 4-0.
And that's big for Nyack, as Miramontes was looking to get out of that inning, and she gives one up, a deep one to left, and that's going to extend the lead for Nyack to 4-0, and now it's an even steeper hill for the Dolphins going forward.
Those are 2 big insurance runs up on the scoreboard for the Warriors here in the 6th. The Dolphins had a chance to get even in the 5th, failed to do so, and now all of the momentum lies with the visiting club as the first pitch misses outside to Janelle Adams for ball 1. Adams is 0 for 3. Reached on an error and lined out twice. Comes the 1-0, and that's a letter-high strike. One ball and 1 strike. Count on the Warriors catcher, And the pitch from Miramontes is grounded to first. It hits Moore in fair territory. The runner is coming home. The ball gets away, and the Warriors lead 5-0.
Very unfortunate play for the Dolphins, and if that was right into the glove of the first baseman, the inning would have been over. But instead, once again, Nyack is able to extend the lead.
That was a tough hop for Moore, but no doubt an error on that play. Just a bad break for the Dolphins. Kyla Quick is the batter. Quick is officially 1 for 1. Was hit by a pitch, walked, and doubled in her last at bat. And on the first pitch of her fourth plate appearance, she pops out to Carcano over at second, and that will do it for the top half of the sixth. But 3 runs come home for the Warriors. They now lead CSI 5-0 heading into the bottom half of the sixth.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins now trail by 5. Our score 5-0 heading into the home half of inning number 6. The Dolphins had an opportunity to get even in the bottom half of the 5th, had 2 in scoring position with just 1 out, trailing 2-0. CSI could not come up with the big hit, and Nyack in the road half of inning number 6 strikes for 3 runs. They now lead 5-0 and have hit the ball very well over the last few innings.
Yeah, and you said it, Joe. 8 hits now in the game, and now they're up 5-0, and especially in that last inning, getting 3 extra runs after the Dolphins were about to seemingly tie it. And so it just seems like luck is on their side, and it's written in the stars here for Nyack, up 5-0 later in this game.
As Jessica Carrion leads things off for the Dolphins in the 6th, looks to bunt and came up empty for strike 1. Carrion grounded out in her first at-bat, 0 for 1 at the plate. 9-1-2 due up for the Dolphins as Carrion takes up high. Once again, there is action in the Dolphins bullpen. It looks like Jacqueline Cateridge is throwing. And Carrion swings through that off-speed pitch for strike 2. Carrion way out in front of that last pitch. We'll see if Radigan comes off speed again. And that one's downstairs for ball 2. Two balls and 2 strikes the count on the Dolphins center fielder. And that is a letter-high strike 3, and Carrion did not like the call.
That locked Carrion up.
I thought it was high, Andrew. I agree with Carrion. And we're pretty close. I'm not sure anyone in the building is closer. With the one exception being the person who matters, the home plate umpire. As that's lined to the left side. Playing it on a hop is Rodriguez, and she throws out Carcano for the second out.
Yeah, 2 quick outs here for the Dolphins. And it seems they're rushing a little bit. They need to start taking their time at the plate.
CSI down to their last 4 outs. And Layla Aponte will be the batter. Aponte 0 for 2, has grounded out and flew out in her 2 at-bats. She's ahead in the count here, 1-0. And the pitch from Radigan is chopped on the ground, right back to the circle. And Radigan throws over to first for the final out of the inning. So once again, the Dolphins go down in order, 1-2-3 in the 6th. And heading to the 7th, our score remains 5-0 Warriors.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island. Be sure to check out the Kettle Black's monthly calendar of events, only at kettleblackbar.com.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins trail by 5 heading into the 7th inning. For the Warriors, it will be 5, 6, and 7. Mario Morales O'Brien due up for Nyack as the first pitch of the inning is in for a called strike. Alexis Miramontes remains in the circle for the Dolphins. She came on in relief of Anissa Acosta back in the 4th as that pitch is fouled back for strike 2. Mario 0 for 3 at the plate. Hit into a fielder's choice, grounded out and flew out. Very unorthodox how she approaches her batting stance. Shows the half swing until the pitcher begins her motion and then reverts to a traditional batting stance. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Doing it again, Joe.
She's done it every pitch, even in the on-deck circle. Not something I'm used to seeing, as that's hit softly on the ground to second. Carcano is there, and she throws out Murillo for the first out.
Now batting the second baseman, number 6, Izzy Morales.
Already down 5-0 here in the last inning. Dolphins want to look to get out of this inning 1-2-3, and not looking to take any more damage.
Looking ahead to the home half of the 7th for the Dolphins, it will be 3, 4, and 5 due up for the College of Staten Island. So the Dolphins have the right spots in the order coming up to perhaps stage a rally, as Izzy Morales is retired on 1 pitch for the second out. Another put out for Carcano at second. She's been busy.
Now batting the center fielder, number 5.
It seems like she's been a magnet. They've all been driven right to her, and she's gotten a hold of them.
Aaron O'Brien is the batter. 2 for 3 in the game, and she'll make it 2 for 4 as she is retired on 1 pitch, and that is the final out in the top half of the 7th. A quick 1-2-3 inning in the circle for Miramontes, and the Dolphins will come to bat in the bottom half of the 7th, trailing 5-0.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Dolphins trailing by 5 as we begin the bottom half of the 7th inning. Anissa Acosta is the batter, and she takes a called strike 1. That pitch evens the count at 1 strike as we joined you just 1 pitch late here in the 7th. And that's hit sharply on the ground. Fair ball, and it was knocked down over at third by Quick, but no chance to throw out Acosta. And the Dolphins have a leadoff base runner.
And the Dolphins are pretty far behind at this point in the game, but if they're going to mount a comeback, that's exactly what they want, a leadoff single and a base runner. And let's see what they can do with it.
Well, as I said before, the Dolphins have the right part of the batting order coming up if they're looking to stage a big rally. That hit only the 2nd of the game for CSI. And McPherson hits one through the left side. It's backhanded by Rodriguez. She has no play. So a great diving stop by Rodriguez over at short, but that one was hit far too deep in the hole. And just like that, the Dolphins have the first 2 batters on in the 7th.
And let's see what they can cook up here, the Dolphins, as they get 2 in a row on base, and now nobody out and 2 on. And let's see if they can get on the board and get into this one late.
Isabel Gallo is the batter, and Gallo attacks the first pitch and fouls it back. So the Dolphins remaining aggressive up at the plate. It has served them well here in this half inning. Small sample size, but the first 2 are on for CSI. And tying run now 2 batters away behind Gallo, who takes ball 1.
Aggressive is the only way here, Joe. It's now or never.
It's been fairly smooth sailing for Radigan in this game. She had 1 tough inning and escaped it unscathed, and now trying to work through some adversity here in the 7th. As the 2-1 misses down and away for ball 3. So Gallo now ahead in the count 3-1. The Dolphins fans seated in the stands behind home plate beginning to make some noise. The Dolphins dugout also beginning to get loud. Here's the 3-1, and that's hit softly towards short, and Rodriguez has no play. She looked to apply the tag to Acosta, could not get there, and then had no play at first and no play at second.
And she should have just went for the easy out. There's nobody out in the inning with 2 on, and instead she tries to go for the tag and simply just can't get there. And the runner's already on first, and now Dolphins have bases loaded and nobody out in the inning.
Well, I think that has to be scored a fielder's choice, but by my estimation, Rodriguez made the right play. I thought she had the tag on Acosta, but Acosta just beat her to the bag, and then she had no play. I thought that was the easiest play, but apparently I was wrong, as Acosta is in safely at third, and Gallo is on. Again, I'm scoring that a fielder's choice, but we'll see. I think that is the correct scoring. As that's hit well deep to right center field by Moore, and that is cut off in the right center field gap. But 2 runs are in to score, and the Dolphins are in business. Our score now 5-2 in the bottom half of the 7th inning.
And hit our line, Joe, and Dolphins getting going here. This game isn't over yet. It is now a 3-run game. And Dolphins seem to be cooking here in this last inning.
So Avery Mockery will be the batter. And the Dolphins all of a sudden have the tying run at the plate. Nobody out in the bottom half of the 7th. And the first pitch to Mockery is in for a called strike 1. 0-1 the count on Mockery. And she's way ahead of that off-speed pitch for strike 2. Mockery in a 2-strike hole. A huge pitch upcoming here for Radigan. We can't see into the Nyack bullpen, but I don't hear any throwing as Mockery takes upstairs for ball 1.
I can confirm to you, Joe, there's nobody in there.
Thank you, Andrew. And that skips in for ball 2. So Radigan has been way off with several pitches in this inning, as her pitch count's beginning to get up there a bit.
From 0-2 to 2-2. Good job by Mockery to stay with Radigan.
This next pitch will be number 78 for Radigan, and that's line foul. That ball not hit too hard, but Mockery stays alive. Two balls and 2 strikes. The count on the Dolphins' right fielder. And that one is once again fouled away, so Mockery certainly not an easy out as she continues to fight off tough pitches. Victoria Whalen stands on deck. Here comes the 2-2. And that's down in the dirt for ball 3, and Elizabeth Moore will advance to second. So a wild pitch allows Moore to move up a base. That eliminates the force at second.
It's a big break for the Dolphins, now 2 in scoring position.
Here comes the 3-2, and that is fouled straight back. Mockery just got a piece, and she stays alive. Three balls and 2 strikes the count. Here comes another payoff pitch, and that is blooped foul. Giving chase was Murillo. She could not get there, so Mockery continues to battle. This is the second straight at bat where she's fouled off 3 consecutive pitches. The count remains full. Here comes another 3-2. And that is up high for ball 4. And the bases are loaded. The tying run is now on base. Still nobody out for the Dolphins in the home half of the 7th.
Well, this is getting interesting here, Joe. Now still nobody out. Bases loaded. And they are definitely in striking position here. Down 3 runs, but those 3 runs are on base and nobody out. So this is going to make for a very, very good ending here to this one.
So a conference taking place at the mound, in the circle, I should say. One for each of us, Andrew, today. One for each of us.
Don't follow my habits, Joe.
I gave you some criticism for that during the break, gave you a bit of a hard time.
You did?
And I followed it up with a mound of my own. But that is the circle here on the softball diamond. And Jeff Almond had a word with his starting pitcher, who has her back up against the wall here. Bases loaded, nobody out. The Warriors still have a 3-run cushion, but that in much more jeopardy now than it was just a few minutes ago. And Victoria Whalen attacks the first pitch and fouls it away. Whalen 0 for 2 in the game. Flew out and grounded out in her first 2 at-bats. 0-1 the count on the Dolphins' left fielder, and that pitch just missed.
Good take. Good take to even the count.
Difficult take for Whalen. Here comes the 1-1, and that's fouled back. So Whalen behind in the count 1-2 here, and another chance for Radigan to pick up a huge strikeout.
It was looking like an easy finish for Radigan. Is now turned into a game. As Dolphins are within striking distance.
The first three Dolphins that came to bat in this inning didn't hit the ball out of the infield as Whalen strikes out. So a huge punch out there for Radigan, and that's a big out number one for the Warriors.
And that's probably the biggest strikeout Radigan's going to get today as the Dolphins making their way back into this one. And that's out number one. And still the bases loaded for the Dolphins, but it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to bring all those runners home.
That strikeout was Radigan's fifth as Jessica Carrion takes downstairs. Carrion is 0 for 2. She's grounded out and struck out in 2 at-bats. And if you're Radigan, this is the hitter you have to get here. And Carrion is now ahead in the count 2-0. We mentioned it during her last at-bat. Very limited plate appearances for Carrion this season. Still looking for a first base hit. Hitters count right here, and that misses badly for ball 3.
Well, Radigan starting to lose it here. Let's see how the Dolphins capitalize on it.
Now, it just crossed my mind. You have to wonder if a left-handed hitter perhaps is affecting Radigan in her control as Carrion takes a called strike. So the count now 3-1 on the Dolphins' 9th place hitter. It's back to the top of the order from here. Here's the 3-1, and that's upstairs for ball 4. That forces in a run, and the Dolphins are within 2.
And they'll take them any way they can get them. And a good at-bat there to bring home the run on the walk. And now just a 2-run game. Dolphins really making this a close one in the end.
Mariah Carcano is the batter, and she takes outside for ball 1. Carcano is 0 for 3, looking to get on for the first time. The Dolphins have the tying run in scoring position. The winning run stands over at first base. And that's it on the ground through the middle for a base hit. The tying run is being held at third, and that was a good hold over at third by Tracy Garofalo as the Dolphins are within 1 and very nearly tied the score.
Chip away. The Dolphins come from behind 5-0. They score 4 runs in the inning now. It's just a 1-run game all of a sudden. That's a big hit for the Dolphins. And still only 1 out in the inning. And this is huge.
That ball was hit slowly. I thought the Dolphins had just tied the game, but charging in from center field was Erin O'Brien as that may end it. And the throw hits the runner, and the tying run will come home. What a break for the Dolphins as Jeff Almond is not happy. And interference is called on the runner at first base. And we have an argument. Hopefully Andrew caught that replay, and I don't think he did. All right, so I muted my microphone to try and get another look at that last play, and the Dolphins do not tie the game. Interference is called on the runner heading down the first base line, and we were going to capture that replay, but live replay was not enabled in our setup, so we're going to refer back to the live stream. I'll pull that up on my phone, and we'll see if we can get a look at it here. A lot of no ways coming from the Dolphins fans behind home plate. I have to agree. I did not think there was any chance that there was interference on that play, but we'll look right now. That sound you hear is the live stream being played through my phone, which is the only option we have right now. But we'll get another look. Unfortunately, we can't share a second look with you, but again, we're about to take another look at it. We'll mute the audio so that we can walk you through it. Though, we are having some playback issues here right now, so I'm not sure we'll be able to get another look at this before we come on the air for the next game. But nonetheless, the game ends on an interference call against the Dolphins, who look to have tied the score. Instead, it's a 5-4 defeat for the College of Staten Island. They fall to 3-5 on the season. And for Nyack, they pick up the win in the front half of today's non-conference doubleheader. And we may have a chance to get a look at it right here. So we'll stay with you, and we'll give you our 2 cents on that last play. To the naked eye, I thought she was running outside of the field of play, which is where you're supposed to run down to first base. We'll get a look here. And we didn't see it because the camera wasn't changed. So we didn't get a look at it, but nonetheless, the Dolphins lose on an interference call, 5-4, our final score in Game 1. We'll be back for Game 2 in approximately 20 to 30 minutes, right back here on the ECC Network. And we are back from the CSI Softball Complex for Game 2 of today's non-conference softball doubleheader between the College of Staten Island Dolphins and the Nyack College Warriors. Once again, this is Joe Foreman rejoining you alongside Andrew Rotundo. And Andrew, the Dolphins with an improbable rally in the final half inning of Game 1. They came up just one run short. They were down 5-0 entering the final half inning and dropped that game 5-4.
Yeah, Joe, that's a tough one, especially with the way it ended on the interference call. It seems that they could have tied it, and the umpire ended up saying otherwise, and they ended the game at 5-4. But nonetheless, what a rally back from 5-0 down. They scored 4 runs in that last inning, and, man, they made it close, and they're going to look to turn it around and make this one a close one, and they're going to look to take this one, split the series.
So in the circle for the College of Staten Island in this game will be Kelsey Strayer. I mentioned Strayer was warming up in the Dolphins bullpen earlier. Very quickly, the numbers for Strayer on the season. She's pitched to a 5.78 ERA across 3 appearances and 2 starts. She has a whip of 1.65, and in 13 1/3 innings has allowed 18 hits, 12 runs, 11 of those earned. She's walked 4 and struck out 5. As we are underway in Game 2. That one sits softly on the ground over to third, and we have a quick out number 1 as Strayer records the game's opening out on just 1 pitch.
1 pitch, 1 out, and a good start for Strayer in the circle, Joe.
Can't ask for a better start than that if you're the Dolphins pitcher, as Strayer has a quick first out. Jessa Johnson retired on just 1 pitch. And Jana Solano will be the batter. That pitch just missed outside. It is a strike. I thought I heard a strike call. I did not see a strike signal. So that is strike 1.
Johnson had a word with the umpire, making sure, too.
And that's hit in the air, right center field. And making the catch in center for the Dolphins is Jessica Carrion for the second out.
2 up, 2 down for the Warriors, and that's exactly what you want if you're the Dolphins to start off this game and get that confidence up early.
2 very quick outs to open up this game, and Janelle Adams will be the batter. And the first pitch to Adams is off the outside corner for ball 1. At least I thought so. And that is indeed ball 1.
Thought correct, Joe.
It sounds like a strike call, but I didn't see a signal, much like that first pitch, so I was a bit confused, as that does miss low for ball 2. Two balls and no strikes the count on Adams, and she takes a called strike 1.
And that's what Strayer needed. And she didn't want to go down 3-0 in the count.
Adams was 0 for 4 in the first game. And that's it on the ground to third and through. Now that was hit hard, so we'll see how that is scored. As that was a shot through the left side, and it goes up on the scoreboard as an error.
And that went off the glove of McPherson at third. And into the outfield.
1 on and 2 outs in the opening inning for Nyack. And that's up high for ball 1. Kyla Quick in game 1 was officially 1 of 2. Had a run batted in, drew a walk, was hit by a pitch. Here comes the 1-0. And that's downstairs for ball 2. Another 2-0 pitch on its way. And that's up high for ball 3. So back-to-back hitters have gotten ahead 2-0. And Quick did not get a pitch to hit right there. She now has a 3-ball count. Adams the runner over at first base. And that swung on and missed for strike 1.
Good pitch from Strayer. Gets Quick to swing for her first strike. Swings right through it.
3 balls and 1 strike, the count now. And the pitch from Strayer is swung on and missed for strike 2. I got a bit ahead of myself there. Just a bit, 1 pitch.
Definitely was some heat there from Strayer again, making it 3-2. As Quick swings right through it again.
Count is now full. The runner on first is going, and that is popped up. Easy play at short for Aponte, and she makes the catch for the final out of the inning. Warriors strand 1 in the opening half inning. Dolphins come to bat with no score.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine Magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island. Be sure to
And we're back from the CSI softball complex. No score after the first half inning of play. Warriors stranded 1 in the road half of the first inning. And taking the circle for Nyack, had that in front of me just a moment ago. Here it is. It will be Jaina Solano, one of only 2 players who has pitched at all for the Warriors this season. And very quickly, ahead of the Dolphins' leadoff batter, I'll try and get you the numbers on Solano. In 7 appearances and 5 starts, she has pitched to a record of 2-3, 4 complete games in those 5 starts. In 33 innings, she's allowed 58 hits, 41 runs, 29 of those earned. She's walked 13 and struck out 6. She has pitched to a 6.15 ERA. And that pitch is lined foul by the Dolphins' leadoff hitter, Mariah Carcano. As the Warriors retrieve that softball from down the left field line. Carcano behind 0-1. And she lays down a bunt. And the home plate umpire may have ruled the batter out. She did step on that softball. So on her way to the first base bag, Carcano made contact with the ball, and she is out. And I am sure the Dolphins are not happy about that call.
Another situation where you don't see every day for the Dolphins. And it's a break for Nyack, getting out number 1.
And Jessica Carrion is the batter. She shows bunt and takes ball 1. And the 1-0 pitch to Carrion is bunted foul. That evens things up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Carrion in game 1 was officially 0 for 2 at the plate. Did draw a walk in that final inning that forced homer run. Corners way in against Carrion, and she bounces one to short. Rodriguez, strong throw, not in time, as Carrion just beat that throw to first base, and the Dolphins have a 1-out base runner.
And a good job by Carrion. Nice hustle there to get down to first base and nearly beats the throw. And the Dolphins get their first base runner on their first hit.
So a weak ground ball results in the first Dolphins hit of the game. It belongs to Jessica Carrion. And the batter will be Anissa Acosta as she looks at that pitch up high for ball 1. Costa in game one was 1 for 3 with a run scored. And she hits that one into the right field corner, and that's down for a base hit. Carry-On takes the turn. She will head to third, and Carry-On slides in safely.
Another big hit for the Dolphins, and they are in business. Only one away, runners at the corners. And they're going to need to capitalize here if they want to take the early lead.
Good hitting there by Acosta, driving that ball the other way. She dropped it in front of the right fielder, Janelle Adams, and that will bring up Elizabeth Moore, the Dolphins' designated player. And Moore takes up high for ball one. Moore had a big RBI hit in game one, or I should say a big double in game one. That put her on second. That was her first hit of the game. Moore did go on to drive in a pair in the final inning. She was 2 for 3 with a run scored. She's ahead in the count here, 2-0. And that's downstairs for ball three. Acosta is running, and that throw sails into center field. As you see the Dolphins' first run coming home to score. That throw never had a chance, so we kept the camera right at home plate as that ball went sailing into the outfield.
And that throw is way off, Joe, and Dolphins capitalize on it, and they take the early 1-0 lead here. And they'll take them any way they can get them.
Moore now ahead in the count, 3-0, and she hits one on the ground to the left side, and it's under the glove of Rodriguez and into left field for another Dolphins base hit. Dolphins now with runners on the corners and only one out, and the Dolphins already have 3 hits in this game. It took them, I believe, 7 innings to get their third hit in game one.
And coming out looking a lot different than game one as they are attacking quickly, and it is working for them. And Solano finds herself in some early trouble here for Nyack.
Runners on the corners, 1 away. And Isabel Gallo shows bunt, and that bunt rolls foul. So an interesting decision there to have your leading hitter bunt with runners on the corners and only 1 out.
Confidence, Jay. Here we go.
0-1 the count on Gallo. And she pops one up, out of play. And the count is 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and that's hit in the air. Shallow right field, and coming on and unable to make the catch is Adams. That ball is down, and the second Dolphin run comes home.
Dolphins are rolling. Can't make the catch out there in right. And the Dolphins will continue. They add to their lead. It's already 2-0 here. And they catch a big break there out in right.
Tough luck in the circle for Jaina Solano. Those are 2 softly hit fly balls into shallow right field. Both of them fall in front of the right fielder Adams for base hits. And right now, the Warriors in desperate search of a second out as Samantha McPherson looks at that pitch for strike 1. 2 on and still just 1 out for the Dolphins in the bottom of the first. And that's downstairs for ball 1. 1-1 the count on the Dolphins' 6th place hitter. And that skips in for ball 2. Two and 1 count on McPherson. Dolphins already with 4 hits in this opening inning. And McPherson looks at a called strike. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out. And McPherson hits one on the ground to short, could be two. Flip to second for one, throw on to first, not in time. So McPherson reaches on a fielder's choice. Gallo is forced out at second. Advancing to third is Moore. And Avery Mockery will be the batter. First pitch to Mockery is taken for a called strike one. Mockery in game one, officially 0 for 2 at the plate. Did draw a walk. And that's down for ball two, and that throw skips into second. We have a run down. The run is in to score. McPherson is out at first, but the run did score in time. So the Dolphins pick up their fourth run. That will do it for the bottom half of the first inning. And CSI now leads 3-0 after the first inning. We'll be right back with the top half of the second.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
We are back from the CSI softball complex as the Dolphins have given their starting pitcher, Kelsey Strayer, a nice lead early in this game. And that pitch is to the backstop for ball one to Izzy Murillo. Murillo 0 for 4 in game one. He's ahead in the count here, 1-0. And that pitch is on the inside corner for a called strike. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And that's hit hard through the middle for a base hit. And the Warriors have the leadoff batter on here in the second inning.
And that should get the Warriors going. As Murillo, like you said, 0 for 4 in the first game. In her first at-bat in this one, she gets a base hit to open the inning.
That ball was hit well through the middle. Hard hit grounder, driving it right back where it was pitched. And the first pitch to Erin O'Brien is in for a called strike one. O'Brien had a big game at the plate in the early game as well, as that pitch misses off the inside corner. O'Brien was 2 for 4 in the early game with a run scored and an RBI. The count even on O'Brien at 1-1 right here. Murillo, the runner, over at first. And that's up high as they'll throw behind the runner. And Murillo is back in safely. Still a hitter's count for O'Brien. The scoreboard in the outfield reads 3-1. I thought it was 2-1. And time is called by O'Brien in the box, so we'll await the next pitch, and I think the count is being fixed right now, so 2-1 is correct. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. And that misses for ball 3. So the count is now 3-1. An even more favorable hitter's count for the batter O'Brien. Comes the 3-1. And that's swung on and missed for strike 2. So Strayer able to stay in the at-bat here. And with the count now full, we'll see if Murillo is sent from first base.
O'Brien's been proven to be a tough at-bat, so good job staying with her.
And that's popped up foul into the bleachers, and we had a fan make the catch. And he then launches it all the way back past the circle. Sent that one a long way from the stands, but the count remains 3-2. Payoff pitch upcoming to Erin O'Brien. The runner holds it first, and O'Brien fouls it straight back.
This is quite the battle between Strayer and O'Brien. Still 3-2, and this would be a big out for Strayer if she can get it.
No doubt, a big inning for the Dolphins starting pitcher. You'd love to maintain that 3-run lead. Here comes another payoff pitch. And that is outside for ball 4. So drawing the walk is O'Brien, and the Warriors have the first 2 batters on here in the second.
Yeah, and still nobody out. Dolphins finding themselves in a little bit of trouble. Let's see if Strayer can find her way out of this while limiting any damage.
Izzy Morales will be the batter. Morales was 1 for 4 in game 1. And the first pitch is downstairs, so Strayer struggling to find the strike zone here. Has already given up a hit and issued a walk in this half inning. That ball is bunted foul. That evens up the count at 1-1 The runners will head back to their respective bases. O'Brien on first, Murillo on second. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And that's it out to straightaway right. Coming in and unable to make the play in right was Mockery, but they forced the runner out at second.
Good heads-up play, and they end up getting an out of that. Even though Nyack gets a hit down, Dolphins able to get the first out of the inning.
Nicely done by the Dolphins as Mockery stayed with that play. Knew she had a chance to get O'Brien at second. Not a great read over at first base. And that's to the benefit of the Dolphins, who record the first out in this half inning. And the first pitch is in for a strike to Kelly Radigan. And 1 the count on the Warriors' third baseman. Strayer's pitch on its way, and that's off the outside corner.
And Radigan had an interesting game in game 1 as she was the pitcher for Nyack, and also at the plate went 1 for 2. So not the easiest of at-bats here for Strayer.
And the 1-1 pitch is downstairs for ball 2. So Strayer really being forced to work hard here in this second inning. Good patience at the plate by the Warriors, who have 2 runners on, 1 out. Count 2-1 on Kelly Radigan. And that's hit through the left side for a base hit. And that ricochets off of Porcaro and rolls into center field. That will allow each runner to advance an extra base. And the Dolphins' lead has been trimmed down to 2. Our score is now 3-1.
Yeah, and an unfortunate bounce out and left as it takes a weird bounce going out to left field, and then it also goes off the leg. And Nyack takes advantage, and they put a run up on the board to get in this one.
A tough break there for the Dolphins, seeing each runner advance an extra base as it got away from Porcaro in left. Goes down as a single. Now, I think you have to charge an error on that because the runner advanced an extra base. Now, there's no error up on the scoreboard yet, but I think you have to charge an error there. As that is lined right back up the middle for a base hit. The tying run will come around third and will score as Nyack has tied the game at 3.
Wow, what an answer by Nyack. CSI goes up early, 3-0 in that first inning. Nyack comes out here in the top of the second, and they are rocking and rolling, getting this game tied right back up at 3.
Each team now with 4 base hits, and we're only in the top half of the second inning. So if you're a fan of offense, you didn't get much until the end of game 1, but here in game 2, we have 6 early runs.
Picking up right where they left off here, it seems, Joe.
Sure does, as Nyack really began to heat up in the middle of game 1, scored for all but the last inning. I think the 4th, 5th, and 6th they scored and were kept off of the scoreboard in the 7th. The Dolphins were able to get 4 of the 5 runs they surrendered back and came up just 1 run short in the last inning. And the batter will be Jessa Johnson, and she looks at strike 1. McPherson playing way in on the left side as Johnson looks at a called strike 2. Oh, and 2 the count on Johnson, and the pitch from Strayer is way upstairs. Count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Definitely some support for the Warriors in the stands behind us.
Yeah, it seems to have gotten louder for them as time goes by here this afternoon.
And the 1-2 misses for a ball out of the zone. Johnson is 0 for 1 in the game, grounded out in her first at bat. Still only 1 out here in the second for the Warriors. That's skied out to left. And ranging in to make the catch is Porcaro. She had to run a long way after that ball, but she makes the grab in foul ground for a big second out.
Good hustle by Porcaro to get out there in foul territory. Not an easy grab, but a big one for out number 2 in the inning. And they're going to need a big hit here to take the lead.
It would likely take an extra base hit in this spot. In fact, it sure would without a stolen base. And the first pitch is in for a strike to Jaina Solano. I'm sure Solano is very happy with how this inning has unfolded as she gets 3 runs of support to get her back even. And the 0-1 misses for ball 1. Kelsey Strayer well up above 20 pitches in this inning. Here's the 1-1, and that's hit in the air. Shallow right, could be trouble, and unable to make the diving catch. I believe that was Acosta who dove. Perhaps that was Carcano over at second. I'm not sure. It was tough to see. But either way, that ball was contacted in fair territory, and that will likely go down as a single.
It was a good effort as she made the dive.
Oh, tough scorer who gives that an error. I don't know about that one. We'll have to have a word with Louis Matrone after this half inning. But with that, the inning continues, and that is fouled straight back. Janelle Adams behind in the count 0-1 as Isabel Gallo will bring the ball back out to Strayer in the circle. The Dolphins now just looking to keep this game even at 3. The 0-1 pitch to Adams upcoming. And Strayer delivers up and away for ball 1. One and one the count. And that's tipped into the glove of Gallo for strike 2. So Strayer is 1 strike away from keeping this game even. Already 8 hits between the two teams. And that's up high for ball 2.
As you said, Joe, 8 hits between the two teams through the first inning and a half here, and a lot of action so far.
If you're a fan of offense, you've come to the right place, as that's chopped on the ground to third, foul. So the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes, and we'll try again here as the Dolphins want to keep this game even. Already 3 errors up on the scoreboard for CSI. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 on in the second inning for Nyack. Here's the pitch. And that's off the outside corner for ball 3. So the count runs full. And Solano over at first can get a head start here.
Yeah, Adams becoming a real tough at bat here for Strayer.
And that's hit well out to left center, and Carry-On cannot make the diving catch. What an effort by the Dolphins center fielder. No play at the plate. 2 runs are in to score, and the Warriors have jumped out to a 2-run lead. Our score is now 5-3.
Well, once again, Dolphins trying to pull out all the moves out there in the outfield with those dives, but just can't seem to pull that one in once again. And Nyack has their first lead of the day, and they keep the inning going. It's a 5-run inning now, and they lead by 2.
Well, let's get a look again at that effort by Jessica Carry-On. What an attempt in the outfield by the Dolphins center fielder as she fully extended on the dive, had it come out of her glove. She certainly got the webbing on that ball, and just not enough as that ball is crushed foul. What a shot by Kyla Quick. And the Warriors are beginning to get some good swings on Kelsey Strayer right here. The Nyack contingent in the stands is getting loud. Seems like some of them may have gotten off of work and made it here in time for game 2 as Strayer will step off the rubber and regather herself. She's been tagged for 5 runs in this half inning. And that's up and away for ball 1. So officially, that last RBI base hit goes down as one of the loudest singles I've ever seen.
That was drilled, and so is this one.
And that's drilled as well, and Quick is just a bit out in front, Andrew.
And she seems to be figuring it out here. She's making great contact with the ball.
That last swing draws a nice round of applause from the Nyack contingent in the stands. The count is 1-2. And that's up high for ball 2. Strayer now up over 30 pitches in the inning. And there is no action in the Dolphins bullpen. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. And that is off the inside corner for ball 3. So once again, the runner on first can get a head start here with a full count and 2 outs. comes the payoff pitch. And that is swung on and missed for strike 3. So Strayer finally escapes what was a tumultuous second inning for the Dolphins. More errors up on the scoreboard for CSI, and they surrender 5 runs. Nyack now has 5 base hits, and the Dolphins will trail by 2 when we come back for the bottom half of the second inning.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back for the bottom half of the second inning. Dolphins now trail by 2 after they jumped out to an early 3-0 lead. And on the first swing of the inning, Layla Aponte sends one over the outstretched glove of Erin O'Brien in center field. She is in standing with a leadoff double.
And both teams now showing the power back and forth. What a leadoff double by Aponte. And that'll get CSI in business. And let's see exactly how back and forth this will go.
Well, that was my mistake. That was Avery Mockery on the double, not Aponte. I heard Mockery and it registered Aponte in my head. That's my fault, as Mockery is on with the leadoff double. And the Dolphins are once again right back in business here in the second. And that pitch is downstairs to Claudia Porcaro for ball 1. Layla Aponte stands in the on-deck circle, so she will be next. Avery Mockery stands over at second base as she hit one well out into deep center field. And it just got over the glove of O'Brien, who made a very good effort trying to chase that ball down on the warning track. Porcaro ahead in the count here, 2-0. First base is open, and Porcaro takes a strike. AJ. 2-1 the count on the Dolphins' left fielder. And that's fouled away.
A good opportunity here for the Dolphins with a runner at second, nobody out, to at least get one back.
I would not have ruled out a bunt in this spot, Andrew, but Porcaro came up swinging the bat, and she hits one right back to the circle, and the Dolphins are very fortunate that Solano did not take a look at third base.
And that was a great snag on the circle by Solano. And a very heads-up play to get out number 1, but still the Dolphins have that runner over at third and a chance to cut into this Nyack lead.
So now Layla Aponte will be the batter. And that pitch will miss for ball 1. Aponte in game 1 was 0 for 4 at the plate, in search of her first hit of the afternoon right here. And that skips in for ball 2. Hitters count here for the Dolphins shortstop. And that's fouled away. 5 hits per side to this point. Dolphins erupted for 3 in the first, but the Warriors struck back with 5 in the second inning. And that's lined through the right side by Aponte for a base hit. In comes Carcano with the 4th Dolphins run, and CSI is back to within 1. Our score now 5-4.
And Aponte didn't have a hit in the first game, her first hit all day, and it's a big one to bring the Dolphins back within a run. And still only 1 out in the inning. And they're in good position here.
Back to the top of the order, and Mariah Carcano will be the batter. And she takes up high for ball 1. Carcano 0 for 1 in this game as that's it on the ground. Chance for 2, and a great play by the shortstop Rodriguez yet again just to scoop that ball out of the dirt, as that will erase the runner Aponte from first base. And standing over at first now is Carcano with 2 outs, and Jessica Carrion will be the batter.
And the throw from the circle was just a little off. Otherwise, if it was a little quicker, could have been a double play. And the Dolphins stay alive here.
And the first pitch to Carrion is in for a called strike 1. Comes the 0-1. That's up high. Runner going. And safe is the call at second base. So Carcano beats the throw and swipes the bag. And that's a good spot to run with 2 outs. Dolphins looking to steal the tying run here. And now a base hit could even up the score. And Carrion takes up high for ball 2. And that pitch is in for a called strike, and I'm not sure if the crowd was showing disapproval or expressing excitement at that last call.
There's a lot of discrepancies in that.
Tough to tell as Carrion chops that one foul, and the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Win the battle, Jana. Here we go, Jana. Win the battle.
Carrion singled in her first at-bat, looking to make it a 2-for-2 start to this game. Another 2-2 offering on its way. And that's outside for ball 3. So the count is now full. Anissa Acosta would be next. And that's it on the ground, back to the circle. Solano has it, and her throw is in time to get Carrion for the 3rd out of the inning. But not before the Dolphins get 1 run back. Our score is now 5-4, heading into the 3rd inning from the CSI Baseball Complex.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. An offensive showcase so far in this game. Already 9 runs up on the scoreboard, matching our total from Game 1. It's the Warriors leading the Dolphins 5-4 as that's it on the ground to short, and it is handled by Aponte, who throws out Izzy Murillo for out number 1.
Good patience by Aponte over at short to get the throw down to first, and 1 pitch, 1 out for Nyack, and that's exactly what you want if you're the Dolphins.
Well, we haven't had a quick half inning yet, as Kelsey Strayer will look to change that in the circle for the Dolphins. She's thrown 35 pitches in this game. And that one is grounded through the right side, past Acosta at first and into right field for a base hit. So Erin O'Brien is on with a 1-out single, and once again, Nyack is in business in the road third.
Now batting the second baseman, number 6, Izzy Morales.
2 straight hitters attacking the first pitch for the Warriors, and Izzy Morales will be the batter. And Morales looks at ball 1. Morales hit into a tough luck fielder's choice in her first at bat. Would have gone down as a single to right, but the runner at first was forced out over at second. So the base hit was negated as Morales takes up and away for ball 2. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That's fouled straight back. Two balls and 1 strike the count on the Warriors' second baseman. And that's up and away for ball 3.
And Strayer's got to bring it back here. 1 on, 1 out, and the batter with a 3-1 count. Not what you want.
Can't afford to issue free passes, that's for sure. And Strayer finds the zone with that pitch for strike 2. So the count runs full. We will see if they send O'Brien over at first base.
I think there's a pretty good chance.
Here comes the payoff pitch, and that is downstairs for ball 4. So 2 on now following the base on balls, and that will bring up Kelly Radigan.
And once again, Nyack coming out with strong offense. They have 2 on now, 1 out in the inning on a base hit and a walk. And let's see if the Dolphins can limit their hitting.
Well, in a game where both teams have swung the bats very well, you certainly don't want to be issuing the free pass. And a base on balls in this spot is really tough to bounce back from if you're Strayer in the circle, as that puts a runner in scoring position, still only 1 out. And coming to the plate is Kelly Radigan, who already has a base hit in this game. So a really difficult spot to put yourself in as a pitcher. We'll see if Strayer can work her way out of it. And the first pitch to Radigan is downstairs for ball 1. Comes the 1-0. And that's on the outside corner for a called strike. O'Brien over at second. Morales on first. 1 out in the top of the third, as Kelsey Strayer continues to labor through this Warriors lineup, as that ball's hit shallow on the infield, and McPherson moves to her left to make the catch for the second out. So a much-needed second out for the Dolphins, and that will bring up Arelis Rodriguez.
I was just going to say, some much-needed hustle there to get to that for the second out, and now Nyack's going to need a base hit at least.
Arelis Rodriguez, the batter. Her teammates and the fans behind the plate refer to her as A-Rod. She comes up in a big spot here with 2 on and 2 out, and looks at that pitch for ball 1. Want to know the count? And the pitch from Strayer is on its way. And she finds the inside corner for a called strike. One ball and one strike the count. And that's hit out to right field, but settled underneath it is Mockery to make the catch for the final out of the inning. So the Dolphins maintain a one-run deficit heading into the bottom half of inning number 3. Our score, 5-4.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Oh, and 1 the count on Anissa Acosta to open up the second inning as she hits one on the ground to short. It is handled by Rodriguez just in front of the second base bag, and Acosta is retired for a quick first out.
And Dolphins still find themselves down a run here in the third. Still plenty of time left, of course. But, of course, one quick out here in their side of the third.
Elizabeth Moore is the batter, and she takes inside for ball 1. Moore singled through the left side in her first plate appearance. Want to know the count on Moore, and she takes a big cut at that pitch, but comes up empty for strike 1. One ball and one strike, the count on Moore, and that's off the outside corner for ball 2. 5 runs on 7 hits for Nyack, 4 runs on 6 hits for CSI. And Moore takes a called strike 2.
Yeah, Moore thought about that one and holds up and takes a strike.
2-2 the count on the Dolphins' designated player, and she takes low for ball 3.
Good job by Moore to work the full count and become a difficult at-bat here for Solano.
Moore represents the tying run at the plate, but we are still early in this game. Just the bottom half of the third inning as Moore hits one well out to deep left center field. That ball will roll all the way to the wall. And Moore heads to second and just beats the throw standing with a 1-out double.
And that was a smack to the left center gap by Moore. And a big hit for the Dolphins. They are in business here in their side of the third. And let's see if they can try and get this game tied.
CSI putting themselves in a good position here as they bring their leading hitter, Isabel Gallo, to the plate with the tying run standing in scoring position. Just 1 out. And a chance for CSI to get even. First pitch to Gallo skips in the dirt for ball 1. Gallo is 1 for 1, singled into shallow right field in her first at bat. And And Gallo hits one on the ground to third, mishandled for a moment by Radigan, but she recovers, throw to third, and Moore slides in safely.
Oh, great job by Moore to get in there. She hesitates, but still able to slide into third safely. And there are 2 outs in the inning, and they're going to need a base hit to bring her home, but that's a good effort to get down to third by Moore.
And that will leave it to Samantha McPherson. McPherson, arguably the most feared hitter in the Dolphins lineup last year, and she hits one hard on the ground to second right there. But it's a 1-pitch out for McPherson yet again. That's the 3rd or 4th time she's been retired on 1 pitch, and the Dolphins are denied in the bottom half of the 3rd. Our score remains 5-4 heading to the 4th. We'll be right back with more NCAA Division II softball here on the ECC Network.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back from the CSI Softball Complex. Dolphins trailing 5-4 as we begin the 4th inning. Change in the circle for the Dolphins as Alexis Miramontes comes back into the game. And her first pitch is fouled away by Jessa Johnson. Johnson 0 for 2 in the game, has grounded out and flown out in 2 at-bats. Top of the order coming up for Nyack here in the 4th. Johnson, Solano, and Adams due up. And the 0-1 from Miramontes is lofted into right center, and Carry-On moves to her left to make the catch for the first out.
And a good job by Carry-On to move underneath that. And she had her eye on it as it went into right center and right underneath it for out number 1.
That will bring up Jaina Solano. And Solano has recovered nicely after a really tough first inning in the circle. Has only allowed the 1 run since. And that is scorched to short. Backhanded by Aponte. Her throw not in time. That was a shot. And I think that will go down as a base hit.
So getting the work done on both ends of the bat. Getting a base hit there. Also keeping her team in the lead in the circle as well.
So a base hit for Solano, and Janelle Adams will be the batter. And she attacks the first pitch. Foul ball, I believe, as that is the call. Foul ball, and well, I can tell you with certainty the fans didn't think so. And it looked like Jeff Almond also did not think so over at third. He was waving his runners home. I couldn't see it, so I have no opinion on the matter.
It was pretty close to the line, but definitely a foul ball.
It was definitely close. That I can be certain of. Count 0-1 on the Warriors right fielder, and she takes high. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. And the pitch to Adams is hit out to left field. Porcaro is there, and she makes the two-handed catch for out number 2.
Now batting the catcher, number 8, Kayla Quick.
That will bring up Kayla Quick. Well, I've heard her teammates in the dugout calling her Kyla earlier. Now they're calling her Kayla, so I'm becoming confused.
Yeah, I've heard all kinds.
I've heard both.
I've heard both.
From their dugout.
From their dugout.
I assumed it was Kayla without a pronunciation guide, but that's how I would read that normally. So I didn't ask. I figured that was correct until I heard them saying Kyla.
Don't quote me, Joe, but I'm pretty sure I've heard one of the assistant coaches calling her Kayla. So
I always like to get it right, make sure we have the pronunciations correct. But when I heard her teammates call her Kyla, I assumed that was correct. And now I'm not sure again. But nonetheless, she's ahead in the count here, 2-0. Might get a good pitch to hit here. She jumped all over Strayer in her last at bat. Just missed. Home runs twice. Crushed 2 balls foul down the left field line. Count on Quick now. 2 balls and 1 strike. And that's taken off the outside corner for ball 3.
And there's that 3-1 count, putting Kayla Quick in a good position here.
The 3-1 pitch upcoming from Miramontes. This is a big one for the Dolphins pitcher. And once again, Quick turns on that ball. Looks to be in play, and Porcaro makes the catch right next to the tarp. Unfortunately, you couldn't see it on your screen because our camera does not extend that far along the line. But a nice play by the Dolphins left fielder brings the top half of the 4th inning to a close. Our score remains 5-4. Nyack heading into the home half of inning number 4.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Stop to make sure someone is okay. Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we're back for the bottom half of the 4th inning. And the first pitch of the inning to Avery Mockery is up high for ball 1. Mockery doubled to deep center field in her last at-bat. Comes the 1-0. And that's off the outside corner for ball 2.
That got a little reaction from the crowd behind us.
A lot of Warriors fans seated to our left in the stands. And they won't be happy with that last pitch as it misses up high for ball 3. So Solano now in danger of issuing a leadoff walk. And the 3-0 finds the outside corner for a called strike 1. We've had a little bit of everything today here at the CSI Softball Complex. Game 1 started off as a pitcher's duel before 9 runs were ultimately scored. And Mockery will draw the walk here, so she's on to lead off the bottom half of the 4th. But Game 1 opened as a pitcher's duel and then developed into more of an offensive game late as 9 runs were scored in innings 4 through 7. Already 9 runs on the scoreboard here, but zeros in the top of the 3rd, bottom of the 3rd, and top of the 4th.
Good start, though, for the Dolphins. They get the leadoff walk on base. And a chance to at least tie this one here in the bottom of the 4th.
Well, CSI will look to bring that streak of consecutive scoreless half innings to a close. Claudia Porcaro had a couple of putouts in left field during the previous half inning, is ahead in the count 1-0. And she rolls over that one foul. Porcaro is 0 for 1 in the game. Grounded out in her first at bat, right back to the circle. Here comes the 1-1. And that's it out to straightaway center. It's hit deep toward the wall and off the top of the fence. That one stayed in the ballpark by no less than 6 inches.
I think a little bit closer than that, Joe, as that was so close to getting out of here. Nonetheless, still nobody out in the inning, and the Dolphins have a big one brewing with runners on second and third, nobody out.
We will get another look at that big swing by Claudia Porcaro. It will be hard to see, but if you look closely, you'll catch that ball hit off the very top of the fence. And right now, our replay coming through in slow motion. We'll try and speed that up. There we go, and unfortunately, that not much help right now. Though you did get a look at that swing in slow-mo.
Inches away from the lead were the Dolphins right there.
Dolphins now have 2 on as that's hit right back to the circle, and they will look the runner Mockery back to third. So nicely done there by Jaina Solano in the circle. She executed that perfectly, kept the run from scoring, and retires Aponte for the first out.
Yeah, you said it, Joe. Perfect execution. She looks over to third, make sure nobody goes. Meanwhile, keeping in mind that she needs to get that runner going to first, so good job getting that first out.
That will send it back to the top of the order. Mariah Carcano is the batter. Chance to give CSI the lead with a base hit here. A fly ball or a grounder to the right spot could also tie the game. Carcano ahead in the count here, 2-0. Count even at 1 now on the scoreboard. It read 2-0 initially. And that's lofted out to shallow left, and coming in to get a glove on it and make the catch in foul territory was Johnson.
That was a huge play by Johnson. If that gets down, Dolphins are looking at the lead possibly, but what a dive, what an effort. And Nyack ever so close to holding this 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 4th.
What a catch by Jessa Johnson in left field, and now the Dolphins are 1 out away from failing to score after they had runners on second and third with nobody out. Jessica Carrion, the batter, is ahead in the count 1-0, and she takes high for ball 2. We'll see if they give Carrion a pitch to hit here on 2-0, and that's downstairs for ball 3. So perhaps the Warriors content with walking Carrion. I don't think that's the right move with Acosta on deck.
Yeah, I would think they just want to finish this inning right now, like you said, especially with Acosta on deck.
Comes the 3-0, and that's high for ball 4. So Carrion draws a 4-pitch walk to load the bases, and now Anissa Acosta will have a chance to give CSI the lead, and there's nowhere to put her with the bases loaded and 2 out.
Huge opportunity. Like you said, nowhere to go. Base hit might give the Dolphins a lead, and it would be huge for Acosta.
And that pitch is in for a called strike one after Solano had missed with 4 straight to carry on. Acosta is 1 for 2. She singled through the right side in her first at-bat, grounded out in her second at-bat. And that's pulled foul. So it's a quick 2-strike hole for Acosta. Dolphins on the verge of another very disappointing half inning where they were on the doorstep of potentially tying the game or taking the lead. And Acosta takes up and away for ball 1.
And that was as close as Porcaro is going to get to not getting it out of here. And now all of a sudden 2 outs in the inning.
1-2 the count on Acosta. And she hits one out to left center field. This one is headed toward the wall, and it is off the top of the fence and gone. That is a grand slam for Anissa Acosta, and the Dolphins have taken a 3-run lead. Our score is now 8-5.
What a clutch grand slam. Anissa Acosta gets all of this one, drives it out of here off the top of the wall, and CSI now with a big lead in the bottom of the 4th. And, man, that was huge, Joe.
And how good must that feel for Acosta as she grazes the top of the left center field fence and barely got it over. Porcaro got as close as you can get. Acosta barely cleared that left center field wall. That will clear the bases and give the Dolphins the 3-run lead. Elizabeth Moore is the batter, and she's ahead in the count here, 1-0. And once we have a break in the action, we'll get another look at that grand slam. As Moore fouls that pitch back to even up the count at 1-1 strike. And very quickly, here it is. And once again, the replay coming through in slow motion will speed that up. And very tough to see where that ball lands off the very top of the wall, but we can assure you it did clear the fence. Count 2-1 strike on Moore. And Moore hits one hard into right center field. That will be through and into the gap for an extra base hit. Moore heads for second. The throw not nearly in time. And she came off of the base and is tagged out as Moore overran second by just a step. And that will do it for the bottom half of the 4th inning, but not before the Dolphins take a 3-run lead on a grand slam by Anissa Acosta. And here it is one more time as we head to break. The one big swing that gave the Dolphins a 3-run lead. Our score 8-5 as we head to the top of the 5th inning.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we're back from the CSI softball complex, and here it is one final time. Anissa Acosta with a huge grand slam home run for the College of Staten Island to give CSI the 8-5 lead. Claudia Porcaro hit one about 6 inches shy of the top of the wall in center. And then Acosta drives one over the left center field wall. It grazes the yellow piping along the top of the fence and barely finds its way over. But that was enough to put the Dolphins up by 3 runs, 8-5.
And what a shot it was by Acosta. And what a clutch play. And CSI with a commanding lead now to start this 5th inning.
The Dolphins found themselves on the verge of another very disappointing inning where they had a chance to potentially tie it or take the lead. Almost failed to do so, but thanks to the big bat of Acosta, CSI now has the lead. One and 0 the count on Izzy Murillo, and she takes downstairs for ball 2. Two-ball count on the Warriors' first baseman, and she takes down low for ball 3. So after the Dolphins jump out to a 3-run lead, Miramontes has fallen behind 3-0 on the first batter she faces in the 5th.
There's Murillo showing that bunt again.
And that 3-0 pitch is in for a called strike. Comes the 3-1 pitch, and that's it on the ground to the right side. Backhanded at first by Acosta, who steps on the bag for out number 1.
And an unassisted out there over at first. Right to Acosta. Just has to step on the bag.
Aaron O'Brien will be the batter. And O'Brien holds up and takes a called strike 1. O'Brien 1 for 1. She has walked and singled in this game. And O'Brien takes a called strike 2. So Warriors need base runners all of a sudden. They had a 1-run lead with 2 outs in the previous half inning. Jana Solano nearly able to work her way out of danger again, but Anissa Acosta had other plans. And now Alexis Miramontes is in line for the win if she can record the last 8 outs. One ball and 2 strikes the count on Erin O'Brien. And the pitch from Miramontes is fouled away. Eight runs on 10 hits for the Dolphins in this game. Really struggled against Kelly Radigan for all but 1 inning in the last game, as that's at a mile high into shallow center field. Carry on underneath it makes the catch for the second out. But the Dolphins really struggled for much of game 1 against Radigan. Andrew, what have you seen here in game 2 that's changed for the Dolphins?
Just the hitting is just incredible. I mean, 10 hits in 4 innings is just absolutely incredible for the Dolphins. They're going after everything, and they're getting a piece of everything. And they're hitting in late counts, they're hitting in early counts, and they're just hitting everywhere.
Izzy Morales will be the batter. And Morales takes up high for ball 1. Comes the 1-0 pitch. And that's out of the zone as well for ball 2. Morales 0 for 1 at the plate. Hit into a fielder's choice and walked in her 2 at-bats to this point. And the 2-0 finds the inside corner for a called strike 1.
Something has sparked in that Dolphins dugout, is like we were talking about earlier, no runs for the Dolphins through those first 6 innings of that game, that first game, and all of a sudden since then, 12 runs. So
that's it on the ground toward the middle, backhanded by Carcano, and she throws out Morales for the 3rd out in the top half of the 5th. So a quick 1-2-3 inning in the circle for Alexis Miramontes, and the Dolphins will take an 8-5 lead into the bottom half of inning number 5.
car is damaged, where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4890.
And that is hit to straightaway right field by Isabel Gallo on the second pitch of the bottom half of the fifth, and Gallo is quickly retired for the first out.
And Dolphins look to get back after it with some quick swinging there. 2 pitches in, trying to continue on.
Speaking of players who have been aggressive at the plate, Samantha McPherson has made 3 first-pitch outs today. Always a tough out. Ball hasn't left the infield for McPherson in this game. She's behind 0-1 here. And that will leave the infield as she hits one to straightaway left, but waiting for it is Jessa Johnson, and she makes the catch for a quick out number 2.
2 quick outs here for the Dolphins. Good extension there by Johnson out and left, and she makes the good hustle to make the catch.
So Avery Mockery will be the batter. Mockery's 1 for 1, had a long double to straightaway center and walked. And the first pitch to Mockery is in for a called strike 1. Both pitchers looking to match zeros here in the 6th. The only other scoreless inning thus far was the 3rd, as that's fouled away. Oh, and 2 the count on the Dolphins' right fielder. Solano 1 strike away from a quick 1-2-3 inning. And that just missed. A lot of aspiring umpires in the seats today.
Apparently that could have had a chance.
At least one spectator certainly thought so. Here comes the 1-2. And that's grounded to the left side, foul. One ball and 2 strikes the count on Avery Mockery. 2 away in the bottom half of the 5th. Dolphins lead 8-5. Comes the pitch, and that catches the inside corner for a called strike 3. So Jana Solano picks up the strikeout. For Solano, that strikeout is her first of the game, and her team will trail by 3 when we come back for the 6th inning.
Cobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Cobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back from the CSI softball complex. Dolphins lead Nyack by a score of 8-5, and the first pitch in the 6th inning is hit hard on the ground to short. And Aponte's throw just beats Radigan to first for out number 1.
Nyack looking to ambush tactics to start the 6th inning. As one pitch swung on, but doesn't work out for them as one quick out.
Hitters getting a bit more aggressive at the plate as the day has gone on. Not much offense early in game one, as we mentioned before. The two teams end up scoring 9 runs. Nyack took that game 5-4. They also led this game 5-4 until an Anissa Acosta grand slam put the Dolphins in front 8-5, as that ball is ruled foul just outside of the third base bag. Harrielis Rodriguez at the plate. She's 1 for 2. Singled through the middle and flew out to right in her 2 at-bats. As I've said more than once already, she's had a great day in the field. And that's hit too short. Another chance for Aponte deep in the hole, and she makes the play for out number 2.
Another throw by Aponte deep in the hole, and she's able to make it work down to first. So 2 quick outs for Nyack, and CSI playing really good defense here in the later stages of this game.
Both shortstops have played very well today. It's been a good defensive day for both teams overall. We've seen a lot of very nice plays. And that's chopped foul by Jessa Johnson. Johnson is 0 for 3, has grounded out and flown out twice. Owen won the count on the Warriors left fielder, and the pitch from Miramontes is downstairs for ball 1.
Jessa Johnson a little cold, 0 for 3 in this game.
Speaking of cold, the temperature is dropping as that ball is bunted toward the circle. The throw to first not nearly in time, and Johnson is on with a bunt single.
Joe, I spoke a little too soon, as that 0 for 3 day, at least in the second game, is now over. And she keeps the inning going with a bunt single.
We will see if that can get a rally going for the Warriors. They trail by 3 and are down to their final 4 outs. Jana Solano is the batter. She's 2 for 3, has singled twice. And that's just off the outside corner for ball 1. Johnson certainly a candidate to try and swipe a base here, especially with 2 outs as that pitch misses down and in. Two 2-0 the count on Solano. The tying run on deck is Janelle Adams, so this is a big out for Miramontes and the Dolphins, and that will bring her no closer to getting that out as the count is now 3-0. Solano likely taking all the way here on 3-0. And that finds the outside corner for a called strike 1.
And like I said earlier, Solano's been good on both sides.
She has a 3-1 count right here. And the pitch is on its way. That's grounded to short. And Aponte has her 3rd put out of the inning, but not by much as the throw just beats Johnson to second base. However, the Dolphins maintain their 3-run lead, and we head to the bottom of the 6th with CSI leading 8-5.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experience as possible.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we're back for the bottom half of the sixth inning. Claudia Porcaro leading things off for the College of Staten Island, and she's ahead in the count 1-0 as Jaina Solano returns to the circle and skips that pitch in for ball 2. So the Dolphins looking for some insurance. They are 3 outs away from earning a split of today's non-conference doubleheader. Looking ahead to the final half inning, or what could be the last half inning for the Warriors. They have 3, 4, and 5 due up, so definitely an opportunity for Nyack to get back in this game. And Andrew, as we saw in Game 1, don't rule either of these teams out. The Dolphins trailed by 5 heading into the bottom half of the 7th and nearly came all the way back.
Yeah, nearly. It was that close in the end, and it came down to that one interference call that ended it. But like you said, don't rule out anything going into the final inning. Nyack was up 5-0 and ended up only winning 5-4.
We didn't get much of a chance to talk about that base runner's interference as we tried to get the replay queued up. And, well, needless to say, I don't think anyone in the building agreed with the call as Porcaro has another extra base hit. She's hit the ball very well in her last 2 at-bats. That one hops the wall in right center, and Claudia has a stand-up double.
And she's really finding her stuff in this one, Porcaro, with another double. And let's see if CSI can build on that and get some more insurance here.
Layla Aponte will be the batter. Aponte is 1 for 2 in the game, singled through the right side and grounded out back to the circle. And she will show bunt and foul that one straight back. Now, Andrew, this is a situation where I absolutely am behind the bunt. I'm for the bunt in a situation like this, not like what we saw 2 days ago.
I agree. Nobody out. There's a runner at second. Definitely a good sacrifice situation here.
No doubt. Already leading by 3 runs, not trailing by 3 runs.
Right.
Big difference. Can't hammer the point home enough. As Aponte looks at that pitch downstairs for a ball. Did not square up on that last pitch. One ball and 1 strike the count on the Dolphins shortstop. And that's hit out to left center field. Easy play for O'Brien, and she makes the catch for the first out.
And Porcaro nearly thought about it, and has to go back.
If anything, that was a deke, because there's no shot she was challenging the arm of O'Brien from in that close. But that definitely entertained the fans, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
The first pitch to Mariah Carcano is in for a called strike 1. Carcano is 0 for 3, still looking for a first base hit of the game here. And that's it on the ground to the left side. The throw goes to first, and the throw is into the runner, but the tag is applied. Nicely done by Izzy Murillo to stay with that play.
Yeah, Murillo nearly loses it on the throw down, and she stays with that ball and applies the tag. So a great play down at first for out number 2.
So it will be left to Jessica Carrion here. Carrion is 1 for 2 in the game, and she hits one back to third. The throw goes to first, and Carrion is retired for the final out of the inning. So the Dolphins strand 1 on base, and we will head to the 7th. The Dolphins 3 outs away from a split of today's doubleheader.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Top half of the 7th inning about to get started. Last chance for Nyack as they will look to replicate what the Dolphins did in Game 1. CSI trailed by 5 entering the final half inning, and CSI got to within a run. We talked about it briefly in the last inning. That game coming to an end on a controversial base runner's interference call down the first base line as that ball is ripped foul by Janelle Adams. And the count evens up at 1-1 strike. For Adams, she's 1 for 3 in this game. Reached on an error, singled, and flew out in her first 3 at-bats.
That foul ball was a headhunter.
No doubt. Wouldn't want to be positioned in that first base coaching box with that ball coming in. Two balls and 1 strike, the count on the Warriors' right fielder. As I mentioned during the last inning, 3, 4, and 5 due up for Nyack. And that catches the outside corner for a called strike 2. Alexis Miramontes came on in relief of Kelsey Strayer earlier in this game, and she has done a great job. 4 zeros up on the scoreboard consecutively for Miramontes. And that's taken up and away for ball 3, so the count runs full on Adams.
This will be a final test here, hopefully. And it's a big one with batters 3, 4, and 5.
This is a huge pitch, and it's lined into straightaway right, and unable to make the basket catch was Mockery. On with a leadoff single is Janelle Adams, and the Warriors now move the tying run into the on-deck circle.
Well, Joe, here we go again. In Game 1, we saw the same thing. And hopefully the Dolphins can stand strong.
Both teams have now cracked double digits in the hit column. 11 hits for the Dolphins, 10 hits for the Warriors. Kayla Quick is the batter, and she has a chance to bring the tying run to the plate as Quick takes inside for ball 1. Quick is 0 for 3, still looking for her first base hit of the game. No better time to get it than right here if you're the Warriors, as that pitch catches the outside corner for strike 1. One ball and 1 strike, the count on Quick. And that's grounded foul. That moves the count to 1 and 2.
Like you said, Quick still without a hit in this one. And one here would be costly for the Dolphins.
Izzy Murillo stands on deck. Here comes the 1 and 2 pitch. And that is off the outside corner, evening up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Quick with some good looks here, staying alive.
Here comes the 2-2. And that's hit in the air. Out to shallow right. Coming in and unable to make the play is Mockery. That ball rolls deep into the right field corner. Adams will hold at third, and into second base, standing with a double, is Kayla Quick.
Uh-oh, Joe. Nyack now cooking. Nobody out in the inning. And the tying run is now at the plate. With, again, nobody out in the inning and 2 runners on in scoring position. And this could be trouble for the Dolphins.
Well, if you're a fan of the Dolphins, is absolutely right, as we have seen 2 weak pop-ups to shallow right field fall for base hits. And that second one was a tough play in right for Mockery. But the first one, she had no chance. And that will bring Izzy Murillo to the plate with 2 in scoring position, still nobody out. And Murillo is ahead in the count, 1-0. Murillo is 1 for 3 in this game. Singled in her first at-bat and has not reached since. But she now has a hitter's count here and is ahead 2 balls and no strikes. "11 hits per side now as we play in the top half of the 7th. Here comes the 2-0, and that's a high strike. Big call there as it keeps Miramontes in the at-bat.
Much needed strike for Miramontes there. Didn't want to fall 3-0.
First base is open, but you certainly don't want to put the tying run on base, and that's hit well out to deep left field. Porcaro going back towards the wall, and that ball is gone. A game-tying 3-run homer for Izzy Murillo, and the Warriors have evened up the score at 8.
And we've seen it again. Don't count anybody out today as Nyack has made their way back into this one. A clutch shot into left, getting over the wall. And a brand new ball game. Once again, an 8-8 tie here in the top of the 7th. What a game, Joe.
What a game is right, Andrew, as Izzy Murillo drives one over the left field wall. Porcaro gave chase and ran out of room. And the Warriors have tied the score. What a shot by Murillo. And the bases are emptied. Still nobody out. As Aaron O'Brien takes strike 1. You said it. New ball game now. Nobody out in the road 7th inning. And O'Brien is behind in the count 0-1 here. And she pops one up along the left field line, and Porcaro makes the catch for out number 1.
Much needed out for the Dolphins there. As Nyack has now worked their way back to tie this game after that home run.
1 away now. And Izzy Morales will be the batter. And Morales hits one right back to Miramontes. What a grab.
What a catch by Miramontes. Heads up play. That was driven right at her. And the glove was right in place to make the grab. And that's 2 away.
Well, we'll get another look at that. I certainly would not have wanted to be Miramontes in that spot.
She was ready for it, it seems, as that was snagged.
I'll have to wait to get another look. Kelly Radigan is the batter. 2 away here in the road 7th inning, and here's a quick look at that last grab by Miramontes.
Oh, she was right there for it. What a play.
Always important to be in fielding position after you deliver a pitch. And that's hit along the left field line, and it drops. That's a 2-out base hit. that falls along the left field line for Kelly Radigan, and it seems right now that every bounce is going the way of the Warriors.
Yeah, Joe, and I'm having a hard time hearing you over the crowd for Nyack behind you, as Nyack starting to get cooking here, and now they got another base runner on a base hit to keep this top of the 7th going, and they're going to look now to take the lead.
Harry-Ellis Rodriguez will be the batter. She has a runner on first base, 2 outs. The score now even at 8, and Rodriguez takes outside. A lot of support for the Warriors in the stands here this evening, as it is now 6 p.m. at the College of Staten Island. We got underway at 2 o'clock this afternoon. One and 0 the count on Rodriguez, and the pitch from Miramontes is off the outside corner. No, it's in. Bit of a delayed call.
Interesting, nonetheless, in favor of the Dolphins. They catch a break on that one.
CSI will certainly take it. I thought it was outside. Here comes the 1-1. And that's lined toward the middle, and able to get to the second base bag is Carcano. She steps on second to retire the side, but not before a 3-run shot evens up the score. Izzy Maria with the game-tying home run has knotted up the score at 8, and the Dolphins will have a chance to win it when we come back.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back from the CSI softball complex as Anissa Acosta swings through the first pitch in the bottom half of the 7th for strike 1. The Dolphins led this game by 3 at the start of this inning, but 3 runs for the Warriors have evened up the score.
And back and forth we go, Joe, as the Sluggers are out today, especially in this second game.
And that's hit well to deep left field, but that ball is foul. Wow.
Had the distance.
Sure did. Sure did. If that was fair, it would have been a no-doubter. As it stands, the count is 0-2 on Anissa Acosta. Her last time up, she gave the Dolphins the 3-run lead they held entering this inning with a grand slam. And the 0-2 is up high for ball 1. Comes the 1-2 pitch, and that's up high for ball 2.
Good take by Acosta. Evens up the count.
2 balls and 2 strikes the count on the Dolphins' first baseman. And she hits one well out to right center field, back toward the wall, and it one-hops the fence. Acosta heads for second. Here comes the throw, and she is in safely with a leadoff double.
And Acosta smacks this one to the wall in center field, and she's got to hustle to get to second base, as that was a pretty good throw back in. But nonetheless, a leadoff double, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for the Dolphins. They are in business to try and finish this one.
Jacqueline Cateridge will emerge from the Dolphins dugout as a pinch runner. I had to move my microphone back down, so I apologize for that. Cateridge, the pinch runner at second. Acosta heads back to the dugout, and the Dolphins have the winning run in scoring position. Nobody out here in the bottom half of the seventh. And Andrew, for the Dolphins, after a bit of an offensive struggle for 6 innings last game, they now have 12 hits.
Yeah, and like I said, they got 4 runs in that final inning of the last game. And in this one, they got 8 in just in the first 4 innings of this one. So an offensive turnaround and definitely an offensive awakening for CSI. But Nyack continues to stay with them throughout this game as we have an 8-run apiece tie here in the bottom of the seventh. But the Dolphins with a very big shot here to finish this one. A runner at second, nobody out, if they can execute this right.
Well, if you're the Warriors here, Elizabeth Moore is 3 for 3. First base is open. Do you consider walking Moore here to get to Isabel Gallo, the Dolphins' leading hitter?
Now, it could work in Nyack's favor. Now they put the double play in order. But, like you said, if the Dolphins have their top hitter coming up, it might prove costly for Nyack. So either way, it's a sticky situation here for Nyack.
Let's take a look at Gallo's numbers in the game. Gallo is 1 for 3. Moore is 3 for 3. I would strongly consider walking Moore. I think I'd probably do it. She's gotten too many great swings, and there's another one as that's lined into straightaway right. Here comes Cateridge with the winning run. The throw is in time, but it's bobbled, and the Dolphins win it 9-8 as CSI will walk off in the bottom half of the seventh inning. A 4 for 4 game for Elizabeth Moore, and the Dolphins earn a split of today's non-conference doubleheader.
And what a shot it was. Elizabeth Moore rips this into right, and it proves costly like we were talking about for Nyack, and that brings home the winning run. CSI wins this 9-8 in the bottom of the seventh. And what a finish after Nyack comes back with the 3-run homer to tie it in the top of the inning. Dolphins finish it here in the bottom of the seventh and get the win, and they split the series.
Well, Moore wasted no time jumping on that pitch, drove it the other way, and I said it right before the at-bat. Moore had been getting great swings all game long, was 3 for 3. Of course, hindsight is 20/20, but perhaps the Warriors could have chosen to walk Moore and bring up Gallo. They did not, and Moore delivers her 4th base hit of the game to win it for the College of Staten Island. So that caps off what has been a very entertaining 2 days of softball here from the College of Staten Island. The Dolphins, with 2 very close games on Wednesday, earned a split in that doubleheader. They earn another split here today.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been back and forth, but it's been well earned as CSI 9 runs in this game, 13 hits. And, of course, they made a little bit of a comeback in the last game, only lost by 1. They were down 5-0, and what a great effort to come back in the final inning of the last game, but just couldn't get it done. And this one, they come through, and they're able to split the games.
2 one-run games from the College of Staten Island here this afternoon. Game 1 ends with a 5-4 victory for the Warriors. Game 2 goes to CSI by a final score of 9-8 in walk-off fashion here at home. So we did have a broadcast scheduled for tomorrow. That has been canceled due to inclement weather. So we'll return, I believe, next week. Our next broadcast, if I'm not mistaken, is baseball. I have to double-check that because I'm not sure. So we'll stay with you for just a moment as I comb through the schedule and bring you our schedule of events for the upcoming week here at the College of Staten Island. First, for men's baseball next week. I know they're taking on St. Thomas Aquinas, and I believe that is our next baseball broadcast. That game is coming up next week, and it will be on Friday, March 25th. I'll head over to the softball schedule now, and our next softball game, I believe, is also next week, but I'll double-check that right now as the Dolphins, with the win in this game, improved to 4-5 on the season. Baseball did play today as well at Goldie Beacom. At last update, they had won Game 1 of that doubleheader by a score of 5-4. And for Dolphins softball, they're not back home until Thursday, March 31st. So baseball on Friday, softball next on the air the following Thursday. So if you're looking for softball, we'll be back here on the ECC Network Thursday, March 31st. So until then, this has been Joe Foreman, and for my broadcast partner, Andrew Rotundo, and all of us here at the College of Staten Island, thank you for watching. Once again, our final score in Game 1, 5 for Nyack. Our final score in Game 2, 9-8 in favor of Staten Island. Our next broadcast this coming Friday when baseball takes on St. Thomas Aquinas in a single 9-inning game from the CSI Baseball Complex. If you can't attend the game, be sure to join us here on the ECC Network for that broadcast, and enjoy the rest of your week.